Corinth was divided. It was divided in different groups. Because it was during the time when there were different leaders. And people had allegiance to some leaders. So people chose to go away with their leaders. The two words that I want to talk about is how do we want people to regard us as servants of the public or as self-serving? How do you want people to look at us? Or how do you want people to define you as a public servant? Do people define you as a true servant with ethical leadership and moral leadership, a person who cares and a person who has compassion and love for the work that has been entrusted? Because you have been entrusted. And that trust to translate into being faithful in how you serve. And this is the chief distinction in this verse. Trust. Now it is required that those who have been given a trust must prove faithful. Faithful stewardship is required at such a time as this. A good steward is one who is faithful to the trust given by their master or the employer.
Yes.
I had to ask myself, because I was a nurse before. When I qualified as a nurse, I took an oath. And that oath, we used to stand and lead a candle. And that oath said, I solemnly pledge myself to the service of humanity. I solemnly pledge myself to the service of humanity and will endeavor to practice my profession with conscience and with dignity. Now, if you are entrusted with the mysteries of making sure that we promote Batuvili principles, which I don't think we still look at them today. All that we have is a PDMS where you write your key performance areas, and next to your key performance area, you must then indicate what are you solving, which part of the Batuvili principles are you going to achieve. And during the assessment, that part is not done. Redress, for example, performance assessments, we check the extent to which this person has impacted on the lives of the people. Access, openness, value for money. This oath that I took is the oath that translates with the trust that I was given with the lives of the people in my hands. And it is required that we do that. I don't know if other professions have this oath. I know the doctors have, but I'm not sure that if Mapolisa have the oath. They have, and they repeat it every day. Now, the oath that I took also went further to say, I will hold in confidence all personal matters coming to my knowledge. We live in a time where some confidential information will proceed whilst you are still sitting in a meeting, it's out there. But whom do we trust? The code of conduct for public servant is only given by HR and it's never recited by each public servant when joining employment.
Also this guy.
You are given a paper.
It's like it's 2 cameras.
And that's where it ends. Read for yourself. This is what the code of conduct says. But it's never recited by those who get in, or maybe annually, we can do it. So that we inculcate a culture of trust and faithfulness. That's why Apostle Paul is talking about entrusted with what God has given him. And we are also entrusted. Therefore, we should prove to be faithful. We ought to regard those who carry us in working together with them, so that we can be soldiers that are there to make sure that we promote the principles of Batubili. So the question that I want to ask you today before I pray is, are you faithful? Are you trustworthy? Because you are entrusted. So in your daily work, even in your normal family life, what is it that we can do? Apostle Paul talks about being faithful and trustworthy as a cornerstone or a foundation for an ethical and moral leader. And he goes on to say, if I could do something more, the only thing that I can do is to be trustworthy. He was faithful, he was trustworthy. God entrusted him with a tremendous task. And this is the mark of a servant of God, servant of the public. Faithfulness, ethical leadership is what we need. Shall we pray? Our Lord and our God, we thank you this morning. We come before your throne of mercy because you have been merciful to us as a country. We are grateful to live in a country where we can openly pray for our leaders and for ourselves. We know that what is happening in our country is not what we had hoped for, but we still live with hope. As we look at what is happening right now, divisiveness, violence, anger, fear from crime, fear from rising numbers of women and children who are abused, fear of the growing numbers of unemployed youth in our country, fear of what is going to happen to our children and our children's children. In a world that is ravaged by war, where vulnerable people are forcefully displaced, we are encouraged by the words that will always linger in our ears of saying, fear not, I am with you. I pray then, Lord, that you grant us the spirit of boldness, the spirit of courage to face tomorrow. I pray for patience and to preserve these tough and turbulent times, to persevere. I pray for continued protection and equal opportunities for all people to enjoy our constitutional freedom, to enjoy life, liberty, and the pursuit of happiness as the core of our democratic values. Heavenly Father, as you gave Moses to appoint leaders among the Israelites, you blessed our founders with wisdom to provide a better life for all. And I pray, Lord, that you empower our leaders and our legislatures to make laws and decrees which manage our daily lives easy for us to be able to harvest what you have given us, to be able to deal decisively with the injustices of the past. Above all, I pray that you surround them with people of high moral character, ethical and spiritual maturity. They do their best to present themselves to you as those ones that are approved and appointed at such a time as this, to be workers who do not need to be ashamed, and who correctly handles the word of truth. Lord, I also pray that as we move towards the elections, we are concerned, Lord, about the political killings of traditional leaders, killings of those who are honest to provide services to the vulnerable.
It looks like it's.
I also pray for those who are bold enough to come out as whistleblowers, who have taken an oath to root out all forms of fraud and corruption for the benefit of our children, our families, and our communities, and this beautiful country. As we gather today, Lord, grant us your mercy, your grace, and your wisdom. For we are consciously aware that our struggle is not against flesh and blood, but against the rulers, against the authorities, against the powers of darkness. Therefore, pray, Lord, that you restore us. Replace the years that the locust has eaten, we pray. And as we gather today, give us your wisdom to be able to get out of this place, knowing that we, as a collective, are committed to deal with the injustices of the past, but also to give hope to the hopeless, to give hope to our children and our children's children. And I pray in Jesus' name, amen.
Thank you, Member Rongiana. In recognition of the fact that ours is a country of diverse religions, and that the Constitution guarantees the right to religious freedom, I think it's only fitting that we also have a moment of silent prayer and meditation before we proceed with the rest of the program.
Okay, I'll see how to get it. Just make sure that.
Thank you very much. Ladies and gentlemen, my name is Mark from the Department of Traditional Affairs, part of the Proctor family. I have been honored with the responsibility to facilitate the program this morning, assisted by Professor Somando, the chairperson of the Public Service Commission, who will take the slot after the tea break. I wish to acknowledge the Minister for Cooperative Governance and International Affairs, Mr. Gadibeng. I also wish to acknowledge our partners in this initiative, from the Moral Generation Movement, who is also leading us in this initiative. We acknowledge also the Deputy Minister of Culture, the Honorable Zoli Benz Namashi, And then, of course, let me also acknowledge, I just want to make sure that I've got the name correctly here. From the Ethics Institute, I'm correct? Yes, because this is a partnership. It's a partnership of the Moral Regeneration Movement, of COPTA, of the Ethics Institute, and of SALGA as well. And these are the partners that you see here in front of us. I know that there are other leaders and dignitaries who will be leading us in discussions here. They are not seated here, but will be joining us in the discussion as we proceed. The committees of Parliament that we report to, the chairperson of the Select Committee, and in the NCOP, the Honorable Chairman of the is here. The Portfolio Committee on Cooperative Governance and Traditional Affairs, the chairperson of that committee, the Honorable Philip Basa is here. I also wish to acknowledge Osi Mabe. Osi Mabe is from the National House of Traditional Affairs and Leaders, who will also be participating in the program today on behalf of the National House. I know that there are other senior officials that are here today, CEOs, our colleagues, Advocate Mtimi, Advocate Batori, from business as well. You're welcome. You are all acknowledged, and thank you very much for making the time to be with us. Councillors that are here, civil society, all other business representatives that are here, officials of government that are here, of local government that are here, you are all welcome. I'm doing the welcome because in terms of the program, I'm advised that the mayor will not be joining us to welcome us. President, I can walk our municipality that we will let the dogs out of you. That's the said in very good. So feel at home. Feel at home. This is a municipality. Despite what other people might don't watch TV too much. Don't watch TV too much. So what we are going to do now is before we then get to the part where Madam Carter is going to give us the context and background, there is a little facility that we'll be using throughout the program. It's called a Mentimeter. I don't know what it really is, but Fatima Rawat is here to explain, because that's what we'll be using to.
So we're going to be using Mentimeter as a tool for interactivity today, and I'd like to invite you all to please join us on Mentimeter. It is also going to be the platform in which we're going to engage you for your reflection and your comments. I can ask the technical desk to please display Mentimeter. In the meantime, if you are able to access the Wi-Fi on the venue, it's called Virtual Guest.
Let's just check my lights.
Comfortable on.
I don't have rights to share.
To that, you use the Wi-Fi from the venue and get onto www.menti.com. With the QR code, but in the meantime, we can, audience, we have also pasted the link into the chat box. So to get it on the screen now is the QR code. So whichever is easiest for you, if you can please access it either through the QR code or using the going on to the browser. A second, once you're on, there's a little emoji at the bottom which has a thumbs up sign. If you can please click on that. I'd like to invite more VIPs as well. Fantastic. That's great. All right, everyone on. And I hope the online audience is also able to have access to it. We will keep using Mentimeter through the course of our time together today, and we will come back to it should you perhaps your connectivity perhaps log on. Right, so the first thing that we would like, we're quite a diverse. So today we come from various sectors, as our program director has done with the introduction, giving us a sense of who's in the room. But we'd like to get a greater appreciation because we also have over 300 people on the online audience to get a sense of who's joining us broadly across our audience. So using Mentimeter, if we can go to our first question then, in terms of getting a sense of who are you?
Next.
Sorry for the technology challenge, colleagues, but my colleague Chris is going to help me there. If you can indicate on Mentimeter, which sector are you from? It gives us an appreciation for the makeup of our audience today. So are you from academia? Are you from or local government? So we can have your give us a good sense of who's in the room. Give you a few minutes to do that. I hope that you all are able to easily navigate it. Sorry, Chris. My colleague Chris is going to try to assist me. I'm sorry for the technology channels. It was, when we tested it, it was perfect.
Next.
Chris, is there a way that you can move back because apparently it's stuck? All right, colleagues, I'm so sorry for the delay. Let's try it one more time. Are you able to see it now? Perfect. Once you've done that, and I'm not going to waste any more time for that, thank you for your indulgence. We are into, this is going to be running in the background throughout the course of the day. So as you hear our speakers, any questions, any comments, any reflections that you have, please do note it on Mentimeter. And I'd like to invite our online audience to do the same. We also have audience joining us via the YouTube channel. So it is an opportunity for all of the various audiences joining us to share their reflections. At the end of today, we do have a slot where we are going to be sharing your reflections on the comments, the questions, and any reflections that you have. So we'll come back shortly through the course of the morning and then share with you what we're starting to pick up from your reflections on Mentimeter. Thanks, everyone, and I'll hand back to Program Director.
Thank you very much, Fatima. We also going to use throughout the day. Particularly appreciate the comments that you provide, especially after the presentation that Professor will be making on the code itself. So let's just make sure we all sorted, but if any that are still having challenges, Fatima is here, and the rest of the technical team, they will be able to assist. Does it use one of those?
It seems to work.
Those phones? No, those phones?
Oh, no.
This one's no. Okay. But I would like to assume that we will find somebody in this room who is still using this one. No? Oh, they are. Okay, please look at the neighbor next door. They will assist you and you can participate through their gadget. But thank you very much once again, Fatima. Let's proceed with the program. We're now going to invite Father Mkatra to give us the background and the context. Because this work is not starting now. The initiative is not being established today. There is work that was done in the build-up to today when we'll be discussing the code. There are structures that were set up in the build-up to today when we'll be discussing the code. So Father Ismail will be giving us the background and therefore setting the scene for us for the discussions that will follow. Please join me. Welcome, Father.
Good morning, colleagues. and honored guests. Special greetings to Minister Nkadimeng, Deputy Minister Tao, and Deputy Minister Burns Namashe, and of course the advisory committee, members of the local government ethical initiative, hereafter referred to as LGELI. And let me right away start off by thanking the Reverend for spiritual reflection and prayer, which I think is something that is a very good custom among, particularly among African audiences. But also to thank the audience for attempting, maybe not so successfully, to sing the play out the nation, the national anthem. I know since 1994 we're used to using electronic devices to sing for us, but I think it will help to get back to our old
So that's preview.
that we actually sing.
That life is like that.
It's a challenge to me.
So you want to show
It's a challenge
screen?
and a wonderful voice.
That's
But I
that.
just say it's a principle. Right. In the next few months, as we head into a watershed election, the issue of ethical leadership is top of people's minds. South Africa faces many challenges. Grave inequalities, joblessness, and daily incidents of violence, especially the victims being Black people and women. I think that's a point that is of great concern. Now, while the situation may look gloomy, we also know that the spirit of the South African people will not tolerate this forever. The people of South Africa, standing together, will be able to face these challenges that are actually not only a scourge on the nation as a whole, but a huge challenge. Now, when we think of the solution to the challenges, I would caution against waiting on one single leader coming to save us. If we want to move forward, ethical leadership of the whole society. We are here today, ladies and gentlemen, to talk about ethical leadership, specifically in local government. But what makes today's meeting special is that we are not focusing on problems, but on solutions. We're coming with concrete tools to promote ethical leadership in local government, which is the core phase of service delivery. And therefore, that's where really people's lives are improved or where they experience difficulties. I'm here today speaking to you in my capacity as chairperson of LGELI. And this is an initiative where civil society, in the form of Ethics Institute and Moral Regeneration, have partnered with the Department of Cooperative Government and SALGA in acknowledging the challenges of ethical leadership in the sector. The outcome of the multi-year project is a Code of Ethical Leadership in Local Government, which will be formally launched by the Minister today. The LGELI project supports the local government corruption strategy that is specific commitment to, I'm quoting, facilitating a national dialogue on governance and ethical leadership in municipalities, as well as the National Development Plan, which envisions a South Africa which has a zero tolerance for corruption, in which an empowered citizenry have the confidence and knowledge to hold public and private officials to account, and in which leaders hold themselves to high ethical standards and act with integrity. When we started this process, we had two core assumptions. The first assumption was the local government environment often makes ethical leadership very difficult. It has taken us more than 3 years to develop the code because of the rigorous research and consultation process. The research team spoke to hundreds of local government leaders through focus groups and interviews. We wanted to understand the ethical challenges that are at municipal level to ensure that the code will be addressing the right issue. The core question in the research phase, therefore, was what makes ethical leadership difficult in your municipality? The code was drafted in a direct response to the research findings. We are certain that if we do what the code proposes, well functioning municipalities. And if we don't, we'll have struggling municipalities. And the millions of people we serve will be the losers and the victims. This brings us to the second core assumption. We don't need more legislation. We'd like to find it. What we need is a strengthened focus on ethical leadership. In other words, we don't want a code that someone else needs to enforce. Each person has to make a moral decision whether they want to adhere to it or not. Now, I would like to say that that should not be misconstrued to mean that local councillors can simply accept or reject the code as they please. They cannot adopt a liberal posture if they understand that the code is a tool for transformation and the empowerment of leadership at local government level. It is also empowerment of people that we serve. What makes this code different, though, from the code of conduct for councillors and the code of conduct for municipal officials is that it is a governance code, not a personal code of conduct. In other words, the code does not focus on personal ethics. Instead, it focuses on what we need to do to have well-governed municipalities. What we have in front of us today remains words on paper. Remains words on paper. But we can make it a transformative tool if we accept and apply what is contained in the code. It is a tool that we ask all municipal leaders and practitioners to incorporate in their day-to-day programs. Please read, discuss, and reflect on the code. If you are being forced into a difficult situation, appeal to the code. Look at what the code says and come back to the spirit of ethical municipal leadership. If we don't talk about it, it will be stillborn. It is also a tool for communities to use to hold their leaders to account. Instead of here appealing to reams and reams of legislation, communities can hold their leaders
that was done based on research that was done. But a very important point Father Mkhatha is making is, let's not wait for one person to come and save us, because that is not going to happen. And it's a weakness that we tend to have, that all of these things we want the leadership to deal with. The leadership will handle them. Ignore the fact that we are the ones that must, my co-program director arriving, Professor Somarogas Figeri, he will be taking over when we come back after the tea break. So it is important that we make this a living code, that we discuss it, we interact around it, we use it to hold each other accountable, because it's a code that focuses on governance, what Mkhatha says, not a code that focuses on personal issues. I'm very glad that Mkhatha commented on the issue of the singing of the national anthem. I was reluctant to say that, but men of the cloth has made it very clear that we should continue doing that, but we could do better. At least the Afrikaans part was not so much of a challenge, but I think we wouldn't win a choral music contest very soon, even the way we were singing. Thank you very much. So at this point, we are going to go into a next slot, which will be on messages of support. You can see in the program that we have 6 messages of support that we'll be receiving. I am told that the arrangement has been made that they each have 5 minutes, and that we try and they've agreed as much as possible to stick within the 5 minutes, except that there is 1 or 2 instances where we've agreed to be a bit flexible, because there will also be a presentation that is being made. So it should be possible for us to accommodate the extra few minutes that is required for the message of support to be delivered. So first up, in terms of the messages of support, will be the representatives of SALGA chairperson, who will be giving the message of support, Councillor Mrs. Without.
No, thank you very much, Program Director. Greetings to the Honorable Minister, Ndinka Limeng, Minister, Honorable Mashe. We also acknowledge Father Smangaliso Mkhatha, who is the former chairperson of SALGA. And let me say, all protocol observed, Program Director. I must say that I am standing here representing the President of SALGA, Councillor Stewardship, which is therefore Program Director with great pleasure to deliver the message of support for an audience of noteworthy South Africans, such as your good selves. In this regard, and as a structure, we appreciate the invitation that was extended to us. SALGA sees ethics and ethical leadership paramount towards the attainment of the aspiration of developmental local government, as envisaged in the white paper of local government. The Program Director, local government is confronted with a number of challenges ranging from financial distress, the remnants of service delivery inefficiencies, instances of weak governance practices, including some elements of unethical conduct. Former President Thabo Mbeki once said to us, and I quote, "Our present challenges must not deter us from believing in ourselves, in our capacity as Africans to achieve." By the former president reminds all of us that all is not lost. As organized local government, we do believe that this launch comes at an opportune time for all of us to reflect on the state of ethics in our various municipalities. Furthermore, this launch is a stepping stone to ensure that we promote professionalism of local government agenda through leader-led ethical conduct in municipalities. We must therefore come out from this launch recalibrated towards rebuilding the social contract between the citizens and the people that we serve. As we approach the midterm of the current term of local government, SALGA continues to make a clarion call for local government leaders to espouse ethical leadership in the quest to attain the ideals of developmental local government. For us, it is therefore paramount that the leadership, both political as well as administrative, should inculcate a sustained culture of ethical leadership. Ethical leadership does play a pivotal role in building citizen-driven municipalities that are yet what that is often associated with the local government and the ensuing trust deficit that arises between communities and municipalities stems from, amongst others, ethical defects. Program Director, this launch necessitates that SALGA to get partners put in place that will ensure awareness programs which are aimed at fostering ethical leadership to the extent that municipalities are supported in terms of adopting the Code of Ethical Governance. The code builds on the existing local government, legal and regulatory principles towards good governance. SALGA is therefore fully committed to breathing life into the code. Program Director, ethics, the legislation, and of course, upholding of good conduct by public officials is an essential condition for the sustenance of good governance and service delivery. As leaders in local government, we do intend to embody good governance in our pursuit to provide quality services to our communities. The change requires leadership who extol the virtues of servant leadership, where they serve for the greater good of our society. As the African proverb reminds us, and I quote, "Hoshi ki hoshi kasichaba," a king is a king through the will of the people. SALGA is therefore fully committed as a partner of local government ethical leadership initiative and a member of local government anti-corruption forum to lead the sector in pursuit of good local governance. No municipality will thrive when there is a dominance of fraud, corruption, and maladministration. Hence, ethical leadership, in our view, it must rise. Program Director, please allow me to conclude with this quote by the former President of USA, Barack Obama, and I quote, "Change will not come if we wait for some others or some other time. We are the ones we've been waiting for. We are the change that we seek." Thank you very much, Program Director.
Thank you, Councillor. Speaking on behalf of SALGA. So SALGA says, "Count us in, we are on board." And in his words, they are committed to breathing life into the code. And those very important words at the end about not waiting for others, in line with what Father Pacha also said, we're not waiting for others, it's for us to act. I was listening very carefully, Councillor, when you said all protocol observed, because in one event, when we thought all around people have been saying all protocol observed, we realized later that actually they've been saying all protocol reserved. So we're not reserving protocol today, we're observing it. Let's now move on to the next message of support, and that will be provided by a member of the National House of Traditional and Kwaisan Leaders, Hosi Mabi.
Program Director, DDG Tufa. Let me take this opportunity to appreciate the presence of the Minister, Minister Ngadimeng, Deputy Minister, Prince, of my colleague, Father Mkata, all dignitaries present here, our officials, the co-program director, Prof. Let me also highlight the following, that when you choose to drive a car, program director, you have a choice at the beginning of getting into the car. But once you are in a car and start driving, you don't have an option whether to observe the rules of the road or not. By that, when you want to become a leader, you first have an option of becoming a leader. But once you are now leading, you don't have an option whether to do the right thing or the wrong thing. You are only confronted with one thing, that is to do the right thing. Because if you drive a car according to your own rules, think of the crash that is going to happen on the road. The same applies to the leader who will not observe only one correct way of leading. How many people will suffer as a result of the wrong decision that you have decided to adopt? Unethical tendencies of leaders lead to negative impact of monkey see, monkey do. I'm sure you have heard about that syndrome. If you become a good leader, obviously, if some people emulate you, your ethical tendencies, you shall have saved the nation. But if you decide to do the wrong things and people emulate you, then the nation is in trouble. And you must also understand the fact that as a leader, especially at local government, when you adopt unethical traits, there are always accomplices. You will never do unethical traits alone in a local government. There must also be assistance in doing so. As a result, you inculcate the nature of having an ethical organization at the end. Unethical traits lead to institutionalization of social injustice, which has real negative effects on communities. And these traits can change the behavior of people. We have seen in recent times that even the slight slack, how people react. People will ban the library when they want water. People will ban the road when they want water. People will ban almost everything when they want houses. It is because the unethical traits have affected the behavior of people, and they have influenced the behavior of people to the negative. As a beneficiary and partisan to ethical codes, we wish that our leaders at local level, inclusive of the institution of traditional leaders, because we are practitioners of leadership at local level, to adopt, and not only to adopt, to entrench and to follow the code to the latter, so that we can have a better society, so that we can have a good governance in general, which will benefit our people. Like I said, unethical traits are very costly and retrogressive. imagine in an organization like a municipality, when you have to trace the corruption, when you have to investigate, we use a lot of money and time to do that. But if we have followed good practice, obviously, the people will benefit timelessly. As the institution of traditional leadership in the country, we wish to have a well-run municipalities, a well-run traditional councils, and that will have a well-run government in our country. We are here and support that good and ethical code can be adopted and followed. And from now onwards, we also participate in making sure that we also have good ethics in what we do to our people. We wish this organization well. We wish Father Smangavishu Mkajwa in what you are doing in your organization. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much, Osimabi, speaking on behalf of the National House of Traditional and Christian Leaders. And Osimabi says on behalf of Maroshi, once you step into that position of leadership, you are obliged to be ethical. It's not a choice anymore. And because they operate in the same space as municipalities, as Maroshi, that they are part of this process and they'll be part of this process. I don't know if you looked in the background there when they were showing profile of Hosimari. Labonite is a BSc graduate, former maths and science teacher. They imagine people sitting under a tree demanding customary gifts all the time. So I just had to brag a little bit there. Thank you very much, Hosimabe, for that message. Let's now invite the CEO of Business Leadership South Africa, who is speaking on behalf of business. Let's hear if they are also saying count us in. Of the code is consent. A round of applause, please.
Program Director, thank you very much. And please allow me to say as well, all protocols observed in the interest of time. And let me just acknowledge the Honorable Minister of Health, Minister Tembin Kadimeng, Mr. Benz Mashi, and of course there are a whole lot of dignitaries and leaders in the room that the program director has already acknowledged. So the sponsorship that the Minister and SALGA has given in developing this code has been very in the work that has been done by the ethics under your leadership and the LG under the leadership of Father Mkajwa has been very important in the development of this code. And as the business community, we really applaud the efforts and the work that has gone into the development of this code. And when you look at it, it's important to develop this code, Minister, because we have way too many gaps in government, spanning from capacity, capability, key skills, innovation, systems, processes, technology, and the list is endless. And it is befitting that the code has chosen to focus on leadership, because it all starts with leadership. Institutions rise and fall on leadership. which is why the code for ethical leadership in local government is so important. It is not just the code for leadership, it is a code for ethical leadership. Because leadership is about ethics. And you are not a leader if you are not ethical. You know, Professor Figenia, it is amazing how governance and leadership seem like such over-exaggerated concepts until they are no longer there. Because when leadership and governance are in an institution, the institution looks like it's operating on autopilot. For people who are outside looking in, they look at this thing and they think, I can come in and lead this thing because it's on autopilot. It's operating. They forget to acknowledge that the critical cogs of institutions and municipalities running as they should is leadership and governance. And if you remove leadership or the right leadership or ethical leadership and you remove governance, you must look at how quickly these institutions falter and fall apart because we have removed the essence of why these institutions stand in the first place. So the reason why local government and government broadly are in tatters at the moment is because we have removed the critical core of ethical leadership. You know, I watched in disgust last night at what was happening at the city of Ogoruleni. I'm not surprised, by the way, why the mayor is not here. His phone was stolen, so I'm sure he's not sure where to go this morning, where this conference is. You know, and I thought, no wonder why municipalities are dysfunctional. You know, one of my favorite thought leaders is Professor Petrus Lumumba. He's a Pan-Africanist from Kenya. And he speaks a lot about creating African solutions for African problems. And he's very critical on African precedents. And he says, Africa is what it is because our leaders are not what they ought to be. Yes. He also says, I was reminded of this when I was looking at this City of Ogoruleni embarrassment yesterday. I'm also a citizen of City of Ogoruleni, by the way, DDG. And I was just covering my face in shame at what was happening. I was reminded of what he said in one of his speeches recently. He said, when you elect a clown and you think he will be a king, what he does is that he converts the entire kingdom into a circus. And he says, you see, that is part of the African problem. It all starts with political hygiene. He says most of Africa is suffering because we don't have democracies, we've got kakistocracy. A kakistocracy is a state that is governed by the least competent of its citizens. It is a state that is governed by the least suitable of its citizens. It is a state that is governed by the worst of its citizens. So who you elect matters, he says, close quote. So the Code for Ethical Leadership in Local Government, therefore, is an attempt to ensure that we restore our democracy, so that we ensure that we never make sure that this country gets to be a kakistocracy. Because if we are not careful, that is what South Africa is going to be. And it was just as important that the code is developed for local government, because as much as all of government is important, but I'd like to think that out of the 3 tiers of government, local government plays a critical role. And this is where the rubber hits the road. So it matters. You see, when there is dysfunction in municipalities, ordinary South African citizens and businesses feel it. It was therefore important that the code be developed for the layer whose function, or rather for the layer whose dysfunction has the most vulnerable of our citizens the greatest, which is the local government level. You see, ordinary citizens experience government's function or dysfunction through service delivery. which happens at local government. And when governance fails at local government, all things fall apart. And the reason why you're sitting with disillusioned citizens in South Africa today, it is precisely because local government is failing. The reason why you have such high levels of social instability is because people are saying enough and no more. Corruption has made our people lose faith in government and in leadership, and the code is an intervention aimed at reinstating precisely that. So the Ethics Institute and the LEI has done a brilliant job, but Minister, I know that we wouldn't be here launching this code had it not been for your leadership and your support of making sure that this code is developed, because this is your attempt at setting local government right, because you understand and you appreciate the importance of municipalities. And it is normally unfortunate that we often talk about government as a homogeneous group, and it is not, because you've got thousands of men and women working for government who wake up every day to their jobs to make sure that they do the right thing. But unfortunately, the rot that is there is just too much for these few good men and women who want to do the right thing to change the status quo. So, Honorable Minister, thank you for your leadership and thank you for your guidance in this regard and the great work and effort you are putting in setting local government right. Because there is only two main ways to rebuild the bridge of trust with our citizens, Minister, and it is through ethics and competence. And the Code for Ethical Leadership in Local Government is a significant start in building that bridge. And Ma'am Abidilala, I loved what you said, and you have put it best, to say now it is required that those who have been given the trust must prove to be faithful. Ladies and gentlemen, thank you.
We know her to shoot from the hip. She calls a spade a spade. You invite her, we've got to be prepared to hear and listen to it. Thank you very much, Ms. Pussy. She says it's about governance and leadership, and not just leadership, but ethical leadership. If they are in place, you would think that it's also easy, because things will be running smoothly. But just remove them from the equation, then you will begin to see the problems that arise. But she says business is support, and of course, it means that they will also assist to make sure that the code comes alive. I didn't know that you could use that word in public. But I suppose the problem is my mind, but I'm thinking Afrikaans. And that's why then I always saw it as a written word, but didn't think that it could be, spelled out in public like that. Thank you very much. So the next message of support will come from the National Director of Public Prosecutions, Advocate Shamila Batoli. Let's welcome her to the podium.
Thank you very much. I'm also going to recognize the Minister, Deputy Ministers, various dignitaries, partners, in the interest of time. But firstly, can I say to my sister, Busi, are you starting a political party? Thank you very much. It gives me great pleasure to give you a short message of support at the Summit on Ethical Leadership in Local Government. As we've heard, local government is at the cold face of service delivery, where government connects with its people, where the citizens experience the service of the government to its people. That is the key function of government. And when this fails, the people have every right to ask and demand answers. Answers to the key question, why? And to demand accountability. And when they demand accountability, who do they look to? They look to law enforcement. And I've often said, maybe I digress a little bit from my words, is accountability is not just about law enforcement. What are municipalities doing to enforce discipline in your own spaces when you know that there are people there that should not be there? It's not just about putting people in orange overalls. It's about getting people out of the system. And that is where the leadership in municipalities have a huge role to play. But everyone looks to prosecutions and accountability. But there's an awkward truth at the heart of almost all anti-corruption campaigns underway across the world. And the truth is that prosecuting corrupt public officials and private sector employees, even the most senior ones, won't end corruption. It would be comforting to believe, us as a prosecuting authority, or even the country, that prosecuting 50, 100, or even 1,000 beneficiaries of corruption and their accomplices would vanquish corruption and restore integrity. But while accountability is essential, and we're working really hard at it, it is not enough. The truth is, we cannot prosecute our way out of corruption. Criminal investigations and prosecutions are crucial, but they are never sufficient. And this is true for at least 3 reasons. One is these processes are tedious, slow, they need to be meticulous, and they are uncertain. And powerful people know how to play the system. The second reason is that even if you have successful prosecution, they focus on specific individuals and specific acts, but they leave systemic corruption in place, allowing new crooks to enter and to profit from it. And thirdly, and most fundamentally, prosecutions are brought from the outside, and corrupt departments and ministries, municipalities, while the institutional practices and cultures that perpetuate corruption can only be reformed from the inside. So without a committed and ethical leadership team inside corrupt institutions, actively reforming the culture, prosecutions alone is not going to shift. Don't misunderstand me, it's hugely important. And we are working with our partners, and the TV is here. We are working really hard to deal with this because prosecution is a state's most serious and credible instrument of accountability. And so when we do hold powerful people to account, when we do show that we have a stronger rule of law, these two are precious public goods, and we need to strive that we uphold them. But I repeat, on their own, they are not a cure for widespread or systemic corruption. Independent prosecutions will play their part, but we need to ensure that we build strong cultures of integrity that are resistant to corruption in each government institution and office. As the head of the NPA, I'm all too aware of the effects of the absence of ethical leadership and good governance, as demonstrated by the myriad of cases linked to state capture and other forms of corruption in government. In fact, I have the statistics for the cases in municipalities. There are about 316 cases across the country. Many of them have been finalized. People have been sentenced to 15 years in prison for corruption in municipalities, contraventions of the MFMA, etc. And we're working hard at doing better at this. So at the NPA, we therefore welcome the focus on strengthening ethical leadership in local government and the adoption of the Code of Ethical Leadership for local government specifically. We are also looking at mechanisms in the NPA. We have set up an Office for Ethics and Accountability. We are also looking to try to introduce legislation so that the appointment of persons like the National Director of Public Prosecutions, like other senior leaders in the NPA, which is a critical constitutional entity, that must actually uphold the highest standards of integrity. That persons who occupy these positions, that there is a more transparent process for the appointment of these persons. So we are working with the minister and with the president to hopefully introduce legislation by 2025. The minister has committed to this in Parliament that would actually introduce a process that enables us to ensure that the right people with the highest standards of integrity are appointed to these positions. South Africans have set the rule of bar very high, and we should. Our history demands it, and our future depends on it. Ethical leadership and integrity, the NPA's support for this commendable initiative. And we want to support this because if this works, there will be less work for us. I thank you.
Thank you very much, Advocate Batoi. He's very consistent in this message. I know that whenever we engage as Directors General and she provides inputs, she's very consistent that don't expect successful prosecution to be the answer. It will not, because if you do your job in terms of the right people, highest level of ethical integrity, then you make their work easier when it comes to public prosecutions. So she says ethical leadership there. She used the Latin word that I used to see in university, sine qua non. It's a precondition. It's a precondition. Yeah, no. We deal with these things. That's a very important message that let's address that part, because otherwise you make their work much more difficult, because you're not going to solve the problem by just saying we will prosecute. We are not addressing the behavior. We are not addressing the conduct. Thank you very much. The next up will be the chairperson of the Local Government Anti-Corruption Forum, who's also the head of the SIU, Advocate Nti. Let's welcome you, please.
Let me recognize the Honorable Minister, the Honorable Deputy Minister, Honorable Dodogwe Ntasa, Madam Katswa, Murutima Bidilala, Councillors present, DGs. It is really our singular honor to be part of this session that really marks the introduction of the code of ethics that is going to guide all of us. And I say all of us because we are all responsible in ensuring that there's good governance. The importance of local government cannot be overemphasized. As my colleague, the NDPP, whom I recognize as well, indicated that face where service delivery is delivered to the public. And ethical leadership, as it has now really been emphasized, it's very key. And the lack thereof, which we have seen in various investigations conduct, lack thereof leads to poor governance, and of course, poor governance ultimately leads to poor governance, and of course, poor governance ultimately leads to poor service delivery. Effort to ensure that part of this project, Minister and DM, that we require in so many ways, demonstrated integrity and put it at the center of what we do. And anyone who does not pass the muster of integrity should be taken out of the system without hesitation. It is important that we put in place measures to identify, detect, and deal with fraud and corruption. And I will now come over to the Local Government Anti-Corruption Forum. But before I do that, it is critically important that we put in place measures to ensure that the prevention framework that limit the reactive part against corruption, which is the investigation and what follows as a result. As Local Government Anti-Corruption Forum, which I have the privilege to chair, and of course on behalf of the Special Investigating Unit, we're fully behind the Local Government Code of Ethics and fully behind the processes put in place by AGSA. Now, I want to now go into the and program director, when you said a few minutes, it's us. Because I really wanted to just quickly go through the Local Government Anti-Corruption Forum, and I will do that quite quick. We've got a few slides that we've put together as a team, and we would like to take you through quickly on the work of the Local Government Anti-Corruption Forum. And I've requested, please, if you really just be spontaneous, or start on the next slide, please. As a Local Government Anti-Corruption Forum, we are saying, and it's been said here, that we require the whole of society in the fight against corruption, in the drive towards ethical leadership. We require ethical leadership across all society. You see the bolded words there, the whole of society approach. Next slide. Next slide emphasizes that as a Local Government Anti-Corruption Forum, the objective is to foster collaboration and their stakeholders are in the next slide. The next slide says as the members and stakeholders in this forum are law enforcement agencies, Chapter 9 institutions, civil society, private sector, SALGA, public sector, municipalities, traditional and religious sector, organized, but to name a few. There's other sectors that we would really want to bring on board, Minister, to ensure that this forum continues to advance. Quickly really says, as part of the forum's approach, we really are supporting anti-corruption initiatives in all local government. We're fostering collaboration, coordination, and ensure that the outcomes, such as prosecutions, civil recoveries, and administrative actions are. This is where we deal with consequence management. Following our investigation, we would like to make sure that those are implemented. We would like to assist local government in implementing the prevention measures. Next slide, please. There is a governance model in running or leading the forum. There is a structured approach that we use, and that is reflected on the screen. Now, the Local Government Anti-Corruption Forum was established as part of the other forums that have been established. And the next slide, slide number 26. I see you may have lost the slides, but as you find them, the first forum that was which was launched by the President on the 1st of October 2019, the Infrastructure Build Anti-Corruption Forum, which was launched by the Minister at the time, 25 May 2021, and the Local Government launched on the 20th of September 2022 by the Minister at the time, and the Minister Minister Ngadive was also there. Now, really, she's charged to ensure that well up to now. Thank you, Minister. We appreciate that. First one, number 4 there, is that we have been approached by Minister of Home Affairs that we launch similar forum, the Border Management Anti-Corruption Forum. Now, the context around this is that we've seen that it works to adopt a sector approach, which galvanizes the whole of society. Stakeholders in each sector converge, and they hold us to account as law enforcement agencies that those cases have been reported, where are you, what's happening, so that we can show and ultimately the consequence management that's required. Really, the next slide really just expands on that. I would like to really just move forward to the next slide, and I'll indicate to you, slide number 30, slide number 31. We also looked at the municipal integrity framework, which requires, and this is the language that has been spoken here, leadership and communities' involvement and appropriate governance structures. The next slide goes on around the integrity management. I would like to just move quicker into the results that we have seen, or perhaps on slide 36. Slide 36, and again, we are going to leave this presentation, we'll circulate, you can read. Slide 36 shows local government anti-corruption stakeholders. You see there that it cuts across, and we are really appreciative that you've got all these members of the society participating in this forum. We have seen the results, we've really seen the results, and we'll still be reaching out to those that still need to come on board, Minister, that they should really participate. The next slide really shows you that we have met as required. There's a various number of meetings that we've had, slide number 37. There's various meetings that we've had, we've met as required. I see the slides are moving quite slow. Yes, those are the meetings that we've had. Now, the rubber hits the town, right? TPCI, which is known as the Hawks, also participate in this forum. All these cases that you see here are all the cases related to local government space. And we follow up. We want to click and they show the outcomes. As you can see, the total of cases there at the bottom is 324. And the total amount involved, although these are criminal cases, but you can quantify that is at risk. Yeah, 66 billion is at risk. We really want to make sure that those who are involved, full might of the law. At the bottom there is a message that says, we got this report that was presented to the forum by the Hawks, but there's also cases that are reported to the forum directly. The next two slides really is around, or the next slide is around the contribution of the local government anti-corruption forum to the district development model. And we'll show you how we do that on the next slide. There is corruption awareness at local government level. And this is done, Minister, by multidisciplinary teams. We go into the municipalities, and Mr. Doe always reports on this at the forum. We have seen the value, because as we present there, it's not only part of the fight corruption, it's also on the reactive side. And we have, in the last quarter, we've done the Gauteng Province, Sidibeni, Ekurhuleni, and West Rand district municipalities, Limpopo Province, Mopani district, with all the other municipalities, Western Cape, KwaZulu-Natal. As SIU, we have also participated with specific municipalities to implement systemic improvement. Because as part of our investigations, we do identify weaknesses in the system, and we sit with particular municipalities. At the end of the program, we've got the plan to implement the systemic improvement, and we monitor that program. as I near closure, the next slide is really the proclamations. Now, that was the DPCI work. There's now the SIU work. As you probably know, that there's proclamations that are issued. Now, if you look, this slide really shows you the national picture of the proclamations, right? And these proclamations are signed off by the president after the allegations have been received and so on. But look at the percentages, right? At the national government, proclamations make up 31%, 34% provincial governments. Look at the local governments, 28%. It's quite huge. And there's activities that are happening. So at the next occasion, we'll probably have an opportunity to take you through the details of what they're about. The next slide is really around the allegations that have been referred, and this is particularly on the proclamation that we've seen. And these top 5 focus areas also apply to local government, we have realized. 24% procurement irregularities. Right? Procurement irregularities, as you can see, they tops the chart. And it's for obvious reasons, because that's where money is. And we have realized that consequence management in that space, if it fails, then we're promoting the impunity that we've seen over the years. We need consequence management and to improve on the system to ensure that we mitigate. 16% nepotism and cronyism, maladministration, 11%, 10% bribery and fraud, 10% around tender irregularities, which of course has got a link to procurement. So you could actually say procurement is 34% if you add on the contract irregularities, which is quite huge. It's very, very worrying. I mean, all of the failures that we've seen, failure of service delivery, is because the procurement process that should have ensured that the service is delivered has failed. And in many instances, it fails deliberately because of management overrides, management interventions, and if we don't deal with those decisively, we are likely to fail. The next slide, I will go to program director. These are the really list of proclamations without going through them in detail. The next slide really shows, if you go to slide 48, these are the current investigations in various municipalities. These are the numbers that we have put together. As you can see, the numbers are quite huge. And now we're showing you a picture on the next slide of the civil litigation program that is in the courts. And by civil litigation, it's where we will seek to recover, the monies that local government has lost. Now, my colleague NDPP says prosecution is not a panacea. I agree, right? Of course, we work as a system. The outcomes are civil litigation to recover stolen assets, freeze assets that those who are involved have acquired corruptly. There's also a prosecution, but there's also disciplinary actions of those who are involved. That those who are involved in this corruption or maladministration, I am the first one, and I'm joined by a whole chorus of public to say, take them out of the system, of course, based on the evidence that's presented and a fair process has been followed. We're the first ones to say that. But look at the monies, and these are the values of contracts that have been investigated and they are deemed invalid. They need to be set aside. Money needs to be recovered. Look at those that are in the High Court, it's 329 million, and those are in the Special Tribunal, 379 million, making a total of 709 million. And there are those that still to be enrolled. These are just the enrolled matters. And we will drive hard to ensure that the civil proceedings are driven. Now, the next slide, really, I talk about these referrals, disciplinary action and administrative referrals, that needs to be. Now, the local government anti-corruption forum has shared. We found that there's collusion between SCM officials, members, service providers, and so on. We have indeed found that there's political pressure and unlawful instruction that we have found in many instances. Point to that. And we are happy that there's been consequences in some instances. overpricing of goods and services supplied that are not aligned to the needs of local government, the nepotism and cronyism, products meet the specification and they render them useless, the municipality cannot use them. Inadequate and or gaps in the system, weak regulatory compliance monitoring, inadequate skills and capacity, poor oversight from the executive authority and the accounting officers, conflict of interest, and the next slide, leadership inability or ability and poor management, no segregation of duties. Those are really the observations, and Minister and all colleagues like to work with local government as local government anti-corruption forum and all members in the forum with local government partner so to avoid them going forward. The next few slides really just show we've done trend analysis reports which we have used some of the data analytics that we've done. There's a tool that we have built, the data analytics. Slide on, please. At the end, just here. Now, having done the analysis, we have done this in the health space, public works, and local government. That this is now what we are here for today. And what are we saying? What are we saying as the insight drawn from this analysis? In the next slide. The next insight, really, you will see that they align with the observations. There's observations from the investigations, and there's observations from data analytics. There's a focused team that is doing the data analytics, and it has come to similar insights. So this insights really would like to partner with local government so that they are addressed. Last slide. Primary recommendations. We really recommend that there should be a procurement process needs to be addressed. Professionalization of the SCM environment, regular upskilling of training of SCM officials, transparency with regarding beneficial ownership, establishment of a dedicated capacity with regard to the implementation of consequence management. Now, we really have to partner to ensure that there's a program of action to implement recommendations and to address the observations, just amongst others. The Local Government Anti-Corruption Forum and SIU will collaborate with municipalities to develop action plans to implement recommendations and address the observations. Implement comprehensive framework, implement corruption risk management framework, implement the joint initiative on crime and corruption program. This is where we partner with business. My sister, Ms. Mavuso, we really, and I mean, this is run through the Office of the President, and businesses come on board. We are saying we would like to work with them so that we implement the presidency monitoring framework to ensure that consequences are meted out. There's a focused framework run at the presidency to ensure that government-wide, not just local government, but local government is included. Collaborate with national and provincial corporate departments to monitor the implementation and recommendations to us. I would like to thank you very much. We thought it appropriate that the head of the Special Investigating Unit, we really pledged our support, but it was important for this audience to see the work done by all the parties in the Local Government Anti-Corruption Forum. Please continue to report those allegations. We'll ensure that they receive attention. Thank you.
Very detailed presentation. Let's give him another round of applause. Advocate Mutibi has demonstrated that as we meet here to discuss the code of ethical leadership in local government, there is work that is being done already. The Local Government Anti-Corruption Forum and the institution he leads already. But he also shows that lack of ethical leadership is costly. telephone numbers were shown there as the money that is involved. And you can see it's really a lot of money that is involved there. But I think if you look at those observations that have been made, taken together with the recommendations, you can actually look at the observations and say, what happens when there is no ethical leadership? And you can see from the observations that they have listed from the investigations. And of course, very practical recommendations that are made at the end of the presentation in terms of the work that needs to be done going forward. So thank you very much, Advocate. Thank you. I think we should hear from Parliament. Hear from Parliament. So allow me to invite to the stage the chairperson of the Select Committee, Cooperative Governance and Traditional Affairs, Water and Sanitation, and Human Settlement, the Honorable Chairman of the
Thank you very much, Program Director, Minister Thembi Nkalimeng, and Deputy Minister Vance Tamashe. Father Smangaliso Mkachwa, let me join the rest of the panelists to say all protocol observed. In the first instance, I would like to express our fervent appreciation as Parliament to be part of this momentous occasion where we are in conversation with a very important matter, a matter that threatens our constitutional democracy, a matter that all of us as a society, as all institutions, must deal with. And from where I am, I'm going to give a perspective of Parliament in respect of the work that we do in this particular instance. Firstly, I want to say that this morning I suffer from nostalgia. I'm a bit nostalgic because I'm looking at this date, the 1st of March, today. I remember that 18 years ago, in 2006, all of us South Africans went to the polls to elect new councillors for the second term of local government, democratic local government, as it were. And immediately after those elections, I was elected the executive mayor of a city of Matlosana. That would be 18 years ago. And just making some reflections, reflecting back of what happened then and what is happening today. We are discussing the same issues. We are discussing the same approach to an issue that is really affecting us. And for me, the principal question is, what is the problem? Where are the fault lines? Can we really, in a very, very realistic way, identify where the problem is? Because the issue of corruption in this country, especially at municipal level, perpetuates. It continues unabatedly. And we need as a society to make that reflection so that we mustn't repeat things over and over and again without imprecision identifying what the problems are. And for me, this is a principal question that this summit has got to ask itself. Now, 2 days ago, on Wednesday, we met as a select committee on justice and security. We agreed and passed a report that entails or that deals with the National Prosecuting Authority Amendment Bill. we next week will be taking this bill before the House for adoption, and as soon as it is adopted, it will be taken to the President for his signature so that it becomes our law. Now, what does this bill entail? And this is what I want to share my perspectives with you and share with you what the committee is recommending. Firstly, we all know that in 2019, the President issued a proclamation and established the investigative directorate in the office of the National Director of Public Prosecution, Advocate Shamila Batoyi. The ID is important, and its essence or its establishment is very much important because it is to investigate and to prosecute serious, high-profile, and complex commercial and corruption cases, especially those that emanated from the Zondo Commission. And one of the critical issues that I have in this process is that the Commission focused a lot on municipalities. And this is where the fault lines are, even in terms of the presentations which were made this morning. Now, with this investigative directorate that has been established, the purpose was precisely to ensure that it focuses specifically on corruption, which is a problem, a matter that we are discussing this morning, but was also to appoint investigators and ensure that they have specific terms and conditions. Because at the moment, all these investigators who are doing the work for the ID, which was proclaimed in 2019, are not necessarily permanent within the ID itself. And you need to ensure that there is permanency and that there is stability and that this body is full-time. And that lastly, to ensure that indeed this directorate is independent and it does its work without any fear, favor, or prejudice. But this is one of the institutions which have been established. We have many, the SIU, for example, and many other institutions that have been created for this particular purpose. Now, as Parliament, we make laws, as we all know. We play oversight function to ensure that there is accountability and that those who implement bring the reports and they do what is expected of them in line with the key performance areas, priorities, as well as the budget allocated to them. But our concern is one as Parliament is that there is a mismatch, or what I call a dichotomy, between policy formulation and policy implementation. You may, as well as you want to say, also policy monitoring and evaluation, that there is that mismatch and they do not correlate. Because what you say, what you preach, is not what you practice. Now, I was saying that I feel very much nostalgic because all of these issues we are discussing, but we need to ask that particular question and say, what is it that we need to do? Today, as we speak, local government is unable to fulfill its objectives as encapsulated in Section 152 and Section 154 of our Constitution to ensure that there is optimum service delivery, that there is accountability, that there is democratic and, as I said, accountable government, that there is community participation, and that local government achieves developmental objectives of our society in line with what has been presented and in line with what has been encapsulated in our Vision 2030, the National Development Plan. We see all that we see in respect of irregular expenditures, unauthorized expenditures, fruitless expenditures, and all of that. We see conflicts of interest. We see people abusing the legislation, especially the Municipal Finance Management Act, specifically abusing it in relation with Section 32, whereby they procure services from other state organs. And we can say all of these things happen, but the question for me is, how do we ensure that we address this mismatch that is happening? Now, one of the biggest problems that we have identified is that all of these institutions that are geared towards fighting corruption, they do not collaborate as they should. They do not interact as they should. Sometimes, and unfortunately, they are in silos. Their work is in silos, and that doesn't impact in the work that we do. Now, I'm from a province, personally, the Northwest. We all know that in the Northwest, it was placed under administration about 6 years ago now. And it was precisely because, or at the centerpiece thereof, was corruption allegations, financial mismanagement, and all of those things. And as Parliament, I was the chairperson of an ad hoc committee that was dealing with that intervention to check precisely whether the national government, as it invoked Section 100 of the Constitution in respect of the Northwest, it is doing what was expected of it. There are a lot of cases, but most of these cases were either not finalized and they were not dealt with, and the culprits got away with it or are getting away with it because they act with impunity. Because at the end of the day, they know that little or no effective intervention will be made in respect of those particular allegations. Up until we deal with such issues without any fear, favor, or prejudice, we are just scratching the surface, in my view, in relation to attending to the issues of corruption. And lastly, and I'm happy that the heads of the directorates are here, the NDPP is here, as well as the SIU is here, especially to the NDPP. As Parliament, we request that very, very competent, qualified, capable, skillful investigators must be appointed to ensure that they do the work of the investigating directorate. For me, that would be the starting point in relation to attending to these particular issues. Secondly, our view is that we must tackle high-profile cases in a way that will send a particular message to the public, to say that we are really serious about dealing with these particular issues. And lastly, we must ensure that all these issues of working in silos and not working together are eliminated to ensure that at the end of the day, we succeed in what we do. As Parliament, we beat this summit, a very successful deliberation, and we hope that the outcomes of this summit will be an important milestone, will be an addition in what we want to do as a country in collaboration to ensure that we succeed at the end of the day. Thank you very much, Honorable Chairperson.
Thank you, Honorable Dodo, the Chairperson of the Select Committee on Cooperative Governance and Traditional Affairs, Water and Sanitation, and Human Settlement. From Parliament side, as legislators, they see policies being passed, but they're worried about implementation, they are worried about monitoring, and they are worried about silos in the work that is done by the different role players. It's getting heated in the Mentimeter. I see, but there are a lot of comments coming through, and particularly referring to that because one of them made by Ngosi Joli from the National House of Traditional and Pastoral Leaders speaks to the point that not only Jose Marie made, but also the Honorable Dr. is making around the silo approach. Because Nkosi Joy says, you do wrong things this side, and then you move and go somewhere else, and continue as if you have never done anything wrong, and people are moved around like that. But if we cooperated in an integrated manner, we will be able to make sure that these kinds of cracks are sealed. Honorable Dodo recommends that there be capable and competent and qualified investigators, and that high-profile cases be given the attention that they deserve, so that we can send a strong message out there to the public. We've had messages of support from SALGA. We've had from the National House of Traditional Inquiries and Leaders. We've had from Business Leadership South Africa. We've had from NPA. We've had from the Local Government Anti-Corruption Forum. We've had from the Select Committee. I would want to know what this code contains, Professor. So I think the expectations are very high now. That you share with us this work that Father Mkhatshwa said took 3 years to work on. We are looking forward to the presentation. Let's welcome you.
Thank you, Program Director, Honourable Minister, and also Honourable Deputy Minister and Chair of the Local Government Ethical Leadership Initiative. It's a privilege, indeed, Program Director, to come to this point where I would like to share with you the outcome of a long process. But listening to all the messages of support this morning, it reminded me of a colleague who said his mother always reminded him that you can't talk yourself out of a situation in which you have behaved yourself in. You can only behave yourself out of that situation. And I think this is also true of corruption, that we can't talk ourselves out of it, we can't legislate ourselves out of it, we can't prosecute ourselves out of that. The only way, and that is what we believe at the Ethics Institute, that we can get out of this situation of corruption is by building ethical organizations. You don't fight corruption by fighting corruption. You fight corruption ultimately by building strong ethical organizations. And I think another belief that I deem important is that even if we can rid our society, we still won't sit with an effective government. We need more than that. And the more that we need is ethics and competence, which is just another word, good governance. If we look at the King Ford definition of organizational governance, they say it's about ethical and effective leadership. In other words, ethical and competent leadership. Well, as was said already in the introduction, this is the culmination of an almost 4-year-long process now, which would not have been possible without very strong partnerships, specifically with the Department of Cooperative Governance, with SALGA, with the Moral Regeneration Movement, and then also with a lot of people doing hard work on the ground. And here we think about our champions, our provincial champions in all 9 provinces who assisted us with rolling out this project, as well as the advisory council, the technical working group, as well as more than 2,000 people who participated in some other way to producing this outcome. And I would really like to take this opportunity to thank them for that. Okay, let me share something with you about the research process, just very briefly. But just to demonstrate that there is a direct link between the ethics of leaders and effective governance or effective service delivery. Here you can see that we have analyzed our sample on this specific slide. And we ask people, is good ethical leadership shown by councillors or by municipal managers and senior managers in municipalities? And look at this correlation. In those municipalities where 63% of people agreed with this statement, good ethical leadership is shown by councillors, 63% of those municipalities had unqualified or clean audits. Compare that with municipalities where only 26% of people agreed with the statement that councillors provide good ethical leadership, and you can see only 26% of those municipalities achieved, or well, 26% of received adverse consequences. Similarly, if we look at municipal managers and senior managers, it is quite clear that when there's a high agreement that we get that type of leadership from our municipal managers and senior managers, that you can see in 72% of those cases, those municipalities got a clean or unqualified audit. And you can see the inverse of that, that when in cases where people don't agree with that statement, then the outcome is very different. We also sense that local government leadership is not simple. It is a difficult in local government. The first one is the politicization of local government, so-called deployment, political interference. The second factor is a lack of councillor governance skills, that when councillors does not have the right skill set, it makes it very difficult to provide effective leadership on local government level. A third factor that was also already touched upon this morning is impunity, or the lack of accountability. When people do wrong things, there are no consequences. And the final aspect that complicates matters for ethical leadership in local government is criminal capture. Often also the involvement of criminal syndicates in municipalities that results in supply chain management abuses of all kinds. Okay, so against this background, we then in an related landscape is a code for ethical leadership. You can see on the screen there's a lot of legislation and regulation in place. This Municipal Systems Act, the Municipal Structures Act, all types of codes for councillors and for officials, but to bring in and to return a certain spirit in which we lead. And this is what this is all about. And it ultimately then took form after legislation in the Code for Ethical Leadership in Local Government. For our online audience, you can download that at the link that you see on the screen. But for the rest of you, within your bags here, you have printed copies, both a long version as well as a short version of that code. And let me give you on a high level just an overview of what this code is all about. The code is based on four main assumptions. The first assumption being that one cannot legislate ethical leadership. You can't force any person to be an ethical leader. It's rather, and that is why this is not a legal document, but why this is a code that you have in front of you. And it's all about individual leaders who commit themselves to the standard articulated in this code. The second thing that we have discovered through our consultative process is that we believe there are a sufficient number of good leaders who want to do the right thing. It's not a case that all apples are spoiled. It's rather a case that good ethical people find it. This is meant as a measure to in doing so. Our third assumption is that the code will become a rallying point for leaders who want to create an ethical and effective municipality. It must be a point of reference where you can appeal to when you see that things are going wrong. And that's the purpose of this code, to set a standard that you can remind yourself, but on which this is built, is that we did not want to write a personal ethics code, but to write a governance code. Because if we want to get our municipalities to, it is absolutely crucial that we follow some governance principles. So here then is the starting point of this code. And the starting point of this code is a specific spirit that we would like to enhance. And that is the spirit of leading in the long-term sustainable interest of the municipality and its community. In other words, what we really want to see that underpins that spirit where people say, I'm here to serve the best interest of my community and of my municipality, and to put our own personal interest on the. Then, sorry, just go back. Then the outcome that we would like to achieve through this code are threefold. The first is a well-functioning municipality. By applying this code, we want to achieve the outcome of a well-functioning municipality, which is a municipality with a strong ethical culture and that is trusted by the communities in which it operates. And in order to give a total of 7 principles, 7 practical principles, and I would now like to take you to those 7 principles. So, first of these principles state that an ethical municipal leader sets the tone for an ethical culture. In other words, the first thing that we want leaders to commit themselves is to set a tone for an ethical culture in their municipality. The second principle says an ethical municipal leader follows a community-centered approach to governance. In other words, you always put the interest of the community first. The third principle says that an ethical municipal leader respects the boundary between the political and administrative spheres of the municipality. Because we know that is often the point where things go wrong, where either the political structures start interfering with the administrative structures, or the administrative structures start interfering with the political structures. The fourth principle is an ethical municipal leader ensures the appointment of staff who have competence and integrity. And there we are back to the principles of good governance, which are competence and integrity. The fifth principle says an ethical municipal leader ensures the appropriate level of competence, integrity, and diversity on committees and oversight structures. So here it is about the competence on the oversight structures, and to make sure that we also have the people with the right competence, integrity, but also diversity. The sixth principle says an ethical municipal leader deals fairly and decisively with ethics transgressions and poor performance. So you can see this is all about that impunity. An ethical municipal leader engages respectfully and constructively with other leaders. And I think given the context in which we find ourselves, that would make how important that is. Okay, so that then brings us back once again to the spirit underpinning these 7 basic principles, that spirit of serving in the best long-term interest of our municipality and its communities. And then by practicing these 7 principles, we come to the three outcomes of an effective municipality with ethical culture that is being trusted by the communities in which it operates. Okay, so let's finally then wrap up by saying, so where to from here? What about the institutionalization? And that will start with the Ethics Institute, who would provide training to people in all provinces on this code. And the idea then is that the provinces then go out and they disseminate this and they train people in the municipalities. All of this will then happen with the support of the SALGA for Leadership and Governance, who would also make reference to this code in all the training that they do in municipalities. It will also be supported of cooperative governance in their municipal outreach, who would also emphasize this. And then our third partner in the process, which is the moral regeneration movement, with a very strong community-based and grassroots approach, who would then also make sure that people on that level are aware of the ethical standard that is their leaders on municipal level. And then you can see there's also an elephant in the room. And the elephant in the room, of course, are political parties. And this is where we would really, local government level, we would also like to councils to adopt this code so that they can be held accountable against this code. So, and then I would like to echo the sentiment that was expressed in all the messages that was delivered here this morning, that this code would really play, that it will become the oil, the lubrication for getting our municipalities to function effectively and to deliver those outcomes of being an effective municipality with a strong ethical culture that is trusted by the communities in which it operates. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much, Prof. There you have it, that's the code. And Prof has assisted us in the presentation to understand the preparatory work that was done, culminating the code that we got, even forward further to go into the content itself, talk about the assumptions made in the code, the objectives of the code, and the 7 principles, 7 practical principles that the code espouses. I must say I'm particularly like principle 7, which says an ethical municipal leader engages constructively and respectfully with other leaders, especially for my sector, because we want them to engage constructively and respectfully with traditional leaders on the ground. So we look forward to the sectors working together towards bringing life to those 7 practical principles. The code is there on the website. The address was posted there, which is TEI, which stands for the Ethics Institute.org/LGELI. And those who are online, just a reminder that you can download the code to go through it. Now, honorable guests, ladies and gentlemen, he's a former executive mayor of Parliamentary. He's a former president of SALGA, also served in the cities of local government. He's a former deputy minister of COPTA, and she's currently the minister of COPTA. Please help me welcome to the podium.
Thank you very much, Program Director. Didn't expect that one. Caught me off guard, really. Thank you very much. Co-Program Director, Deputy Minister of Cooperative Affairs, Prince Benson Mamashe, a representative from the National House, Jose, the Local Government Ethical Leadership and Advice Committee, Father Usmangaliso Mkhaji, CEO of the Ethics Institute. Prof, and thank you very much for the job well done. Really, it wasn't easy, but we appreciate it. We see the fruits of what has come out. The National Prosecuting Authority, the National Chair, the head, Ms. Shamila Badu, Chairperson of the Local Government Anti-Corruption Fund. I'm proud to call you that way, right? I'm the head of the SIU. I'm beginning to own you. Only call Advocate TV, our Chairperson of the Select Committee, Mr. Judovu, Chairperson of our Portfolio Committee of COPTA, Babkasa, thank you very much for the guidance and the support the two of you always give to our department, the guidance, and of course the lashing when it's necessary. The Councillor Jogi Davati, who is the Chairperson of the South African Local Government Association in Gauteng, also the Chairperson of the Governance Working Group of SALGA, Councillor Janda, the Executive Mayor of the City of Ekurhuleni in absentia, Director Generals who are here, from the COPTA, TA, CEO of the Municipal Demarcation Board, and some that I may not recognize. Thank you very much for coming through. Leader of business, our partners in the private sector, civil society, and other public representatives, members of the media, distinguished guests, ladies and gentlemen, should I say good day? I am not given the liberty of saying all protocol observed. So I would like to observe everyone who's here that I might have not recognized. And thank you all for joining us today. This summit takes place, and I do think all of us do realize that it's the first day of the month of the Human Rights Month. So it's a time for us maybe to reflect and ponder broadly as to whether do we honor and service our people according to the dignity that the Constitution of South Africa accords them. We will respond to it ourselves. So it is a privilege for all of us to serve in our various roles, and we must also take profound responsibility and not take the role of leadership for granted. So we cannot overlook the monumental strides that we've made since the dark days of the apartheid, the days that continue to be a pain in our collective memory and our country's history. But we have seen a birth of a vibrant democracy with its children who have benefited for the past 30 years and will continue to benefit if we lead correctly in this democracy. So we owe a debt of gratitude to the courageous individuals who dared challenge oppression and injustice, who paved the way for me and you to be where we are today, if we are enjoying the freedoms that we attain. So we must always be mindful that it came through a sacrifice. It must be respected, and at all costs, it must be defended to ensure that it benefits a child who was born yesterday and will be born today, to find a South Africa that is still vibrant and capable. So while we look into the impact of our past in our present communities, it is important to understand why this current government needs to do all to pursue a more just, inclusive, fundamentally transformed society. Key to achieving this is ethical leadership in all spheres of government, and in our context, most important in local governments, as I am certain that you will agree with me, as many of our stakeholders and partners came through here, said we're at the epicenter of delivery, actually at the epicenter of realizing the human rights of our people. So as we all understand ethical leadership, Prof took us through just now, it embodies integrity, accountability, and a commitment to serve our people who have entrusted us with their well-being. It means, for example, acknowledging the injustices, addressing the present challenges, and ensuring that every community, every citizen has access to basic services that they need to thrive and to survive. It gives them an opportunity and a chance to live in a free and a fair South Africa. Think about a young woman who stays in a municipality which does not provide water. It quickly diminishes her right to competitively live as a young girl who's supposed to look and aspire who she wants to be. She's forced to go to the bank to look for wood. She's forced to still go into the deep rural areas to go and fetch water, make food for the family. It eliminates a chance 90% of the time will be spent in trying to resolve the key issues that are fundamental into living. So how do you expect it to thrive? In the studies, how do you expect it to thrive in business? How do you expect it to even think about that? Because she's faced with this. So in a position where we are at, if we don't realize that, then we have taken a chance of a girl, of a boy, of a woman, of a father who's supposed to protect and even live. And of course, we will be promoting crime. You will ask women in rural areas who go to the field to look for firewood, what happens to them? They get raped, they get killed. So we are perpetuating some of the societal issues if we don't do things right. So it is in our interest and the interest of our people to understand that a functional local government makes society alive. If not, a street light that is not functional perpetuates into what Advocate Mutivi doesn't want. Right. A dark spot. Minister Cele once said to me, you know, I can't solve the problems of Deep Slope because there's no street there, there's no light, there's nothing. Even these people can't see one another. And you want my police to go and enter there at night and try and solve crime. Come, let's partner with your municipality and see how do you make it possible for us to police properly. And then there is those who fought for us yesterday, who, if we don't service them, we refuse the right of free basic services. If municipalities are not functional, that right is taken away quickly. They don't receive what they are, the policy enshrines for them to receive. They receive it in a very, sporadic manner. Sometimes they do, sometimes they don't. About 37 municipalities today, the AG will tell you, can pay salaries. Can pay salaries. They are using grant money for infrastructure to pay themselves. So how are you servicing that? So it means she's not getting what she's supposed to do. Now she's supposed to take her pension money. And there we are talking about development of human rights and affording a human right. So what are we saying? This woman lived her life, raised us for us to fail her. That's simply what, if we were to call it straight, that's what we're saying. We're saying you were a domestic worker for your entire life because the system didn't give you education, but with all the difficulty that you had, you produced medical practitioners, you produced lawyers, because our forebears did that with no assistance from anybody. Those who were selling bananas in the corner, whether it's raining, it's hot, it's cold, they will wake up for us to stand today. And what do we pay them with? no service. It's a shame. And we need to face it directly that we can't be in that loop to do that to our elders. So it's a problem. So if a municipality can't pay salaries, it can't even think about how to create jobs. That thing just becomes so complex. They are locked perpetually in thinking about survival, their own survival. They can't think about the survival of the next person and what the policy is. So we need to ensure that maybe could mean the rest. Of course, I'm not saying this, saying the past 30 years there was no delivery, census came out. But for me, in a position that I'm at, if you say electricity is at 89%, I'm that teacher who asks you, where is that 90? Don't tell me about the other one. Tell me about the one who is still lighting a candle. Not that I don't appreciate what is happening. So perhaps maybe as we gather today and beyond, we need to ask ourselves as leaders, stakeholders, and everybody here and those who are possibly couldn't join us, to ask ourselves in local government about what service delivery in our municipalities is, and maybe ask ourselves in a very different manner going forward. If roles were reversed, would we find ourselves content with what we are receiving? If we all leave this room, we're not leaders, we're community members of Egurule, would we be happy and content about the service that we will receive? Remember, we are privileged, and sometimes we get angry when we are told this, but we are privileged. Most of people in this room are privileged, if not all. You have an alternative of buying water when there's no water. At least you have that 5 rand, 10 rand, you can buy it. You possibly had breakfast this morning. You possibly have a solar in your house. Or at least can save to have it. There are those with the barest minimum that can't afford none of what we had today. We possibly drove in a car, we could pour petrol. It's okay. But what are we doing to make sure that we liberate the next? I don't think we will love the service that we are currently offering if roles were reversed. At least I wouldn't. By what we observed yesterday on TV, almost 3.8 million people are locked in Ekurhuleni problem. That's the number of residents in Ekurhuleni. Those people who are kicking tables and everything and water are custodian of about 56 billion. We've given them 56 billion as this country and say, please apportion it on our behalf. Give us water, give us electricity, collect our refuse, manage our roads. The list is endless. That's what we collectively said. Do you think we're going to get our refuse collected? I have a friend who's not well, who stays in Ekurhuleni. She was diagnosed with cancer and she's undergoing treatment. And she called me and she said, Minister, this is the 3rd week refuse has not been collected, and I don't have the power and the energy to go and throw it myself. I'm not well. Ekurhuleni. So we will not love the service that we are giving to our people. Well, Councillor Janda, when I was in your position, I was once attacked when I said maybe South Africa still needs to ponder, because at least we are a democratic country, as to whether shouldn't we put requirements on who must become a councillor. I still believe in that. Let's also look at what other countries are offering. I mean, don't even tell me about international. Go here in Kenya. About 80% of their councillors are about doctorates and they mean business. And I was attacked that no, that's meritocracy, is careerism, political parties have a right to field whoever they think. Yes, there are people who by nature or how they've been raised, in character, and they are community driven, and it has nothing to do with education to a certain extent, they are driven. But you can't, because of the laws, give 55 billion to someone who can't apportion it. Simple. It's a simple story. It's so simple. You need to understand, so that there is a CFO who's supposed to balance the books, reconcile them on a day-to-day. Now, if you take me with my legal education to be a CFO, it will be a mess. It will just be a mess. But then can you imagine if you give me 55 billion? Now as no manage salary. Give me 55 billion on behalf of 4 million people. So we need to be bold in discussing these things and really try to find problems from all angles. Shamila said this is a systemic problem. It's true. And even now you see that legislation is not even helping. It's not helpful. You can't legislate over a problem. We did the part of the code of what we did was the code of councillors on how they must behave themselves. So you know what the report I'm going to get from Wekurulene, they are going to sit and run it in a way nicely. After the code, the first municipality was the city of Tshwane. If you will recall, there was a councillor whose shirt was even torn inside the council chamber and they were fighting, pulling one another. And then I said, report. They said, no, Minister, we prefer that the speaker talks to them. They have a code. They must sanction the councillors. They don't. I've enabled them to do that. And SALGA partnered with us, trained the speakers, trained the chairpersons of the MPEG, and did that. We actually even put it in the regulation that it is compulsory for the chairperson of MPEG, Advocate Mutivi, to bring a report to council. It's mandatory. You will rather write, I do not have a report to bring to council and submit, because we will hold him or her accountable. But they still find ways. So legislation is not entirely an answer. Yes, it assists advocates to say you have violated clause 9 or whatever you did, but it does not prohibit the violation. And I think that's what Prof is saying. That's what we need to deal with. Prohibit. Deal with the preventative measure rather than looking for the money in my assets or anywhere else. And then it still happens, consistently, and then they increase the number of their cases and they chase and it is not going to be helpful. And if you want to realize that even a dissolution does not help, go to the Tobot. We've tried everything under the book in your legislation. And then we decided, I said, can we dissolve this municipality? I've ran off all the measures that are in the book. We dissolved. The first council, and remember they were elected in November 2021. In December 2022, we dissolved them. In fact, the elections were in December. They were dissolved in September. They were not even a year in office. We dissolved that council. I regret. The one I dissolved was much even better than the one I have now. Believe you me, those who come from the Northwest will tell you. I've never known that a municipality, when it gets paid, is just like me, the money appears at 12 midnight. I didn't know that until I dissolved the municipality. You transfer their tranche and they finish it in one night. One night. One night. By morning, there's nothing in their account. They are so busy at 12 at midnight. All of them are working. Everybody is at work. CFO and everyone is at work. In the morning, they leave. There's nothing in their account. We put administration there. AG will tell you they were taking them out. I'm not sure if they were able to conclude their books. My own administrator was put in a boot and driven out of the municipality. These are human beings. Then at the end of it all, they say, no, Minister, we're trying, but it's not going to work here. This is our life. We've got families, we've got people who are, I've taken people outside from the zone. So we started by paying guards and everybody else to transport them back to and fro. But they came, pick them up in front of our police, and because we were auditing, because we were convinced that the municipality can't have such a huge payroll for its size. And we said, no, we're auditing, we're paying you by check, pick it up physically. And they didn't want that. And it was led by the community to say, leave our municipality. We're happy as it is. So it is something that needs to be better than how we're doing it. You know, yesterday in cabinet, Shamila, just this past cabinet, I will share with you the report and advocate, just the local government part. My argument is it's still not necessarily that there are no qualified people, and it's proven. We requested National Treasury to join us and assess the CFOs who are employed in government. 94% qualifies. 94 have got the correct skills. Some are even CAs, chartered accountant. My CFO in Polokwane municipality is a chartered accountant. I know many. I know in Eguruleni at some stage you had about 4 or 5 chartered accountants in your entire finance unit. They are qualified. It's the willingness to do the right thing. So it is not the lack of understanding. I don't know this. It's to a minimum. Yes, 6% is a number we still have to change. But to a large extent, we are qualified. We understand what is a fiduciary responsibility and what does it carry, and how should we behave ourselves, and why should we be accountable? What does accountability mean? We even know it far much better than Prof explains it, but we simply can't do it. But we must also not forget that, yes, there are challenges which even goes out of society. I mean, if you stick into the Ditsobotla case, even cleaners and groundsmen are part of a scheme in council. So you win some, you lose some. I lost the case, some of you might know. I was trying to bar all officials in government, in local government and municipality, from holding a political office. And the judge was saying, no, you're crazy. I said, you have got no idea. You have got no idea, but it's okay. If it's unconstitutional, who am I to argue against the Constitution? But what fascinated me is that it's unconstitutional, but you can bar the directors. I'm like, okay, I'll do as the judge said. Maybe our story was not convincing enough in how we've put it. But you know, as I know, that in some instances, even junior officials who have been longer into this system that needs to be addressed are also part of a bigger problem. So you can move the MN, you can remove the CFO or any other of those you would want to remove. But until you deal with the rod that remains inside, Shamila's point remains very, very relevant in training municipalities. So the promotion of ethical leadership, yes, will go to an extent of the protection of whistleblowers and witnesses. But we also need to reverse the question, are we willing to be whistleblowers? Are we willing to be witnesses? Because it must also go to that extent. Because equally when Popo hits the fan for community members, they get scared. And believe you me, it does. These days it does even to senior management who have been provided with security. Go to Buffalo City. The director technical was killed, broad daylight. He had passed assessment, was provided with security. Just made one small mistake, going out to look for food. He didn't come back alive. That was the second instance. Earlier on, he had been missed with 9 bullets at his gate of his house, a CFO of Buffalo City. So would we be having whistleblowers and people who really are committed to want to service us if as society do not collaborate and act jointly with them? At the end of it all, you get to be overpowered by fear. And it is beginning to happen in municipalities. But let me tell you what is even more scary is that it is now moving out of municipalities and affecting our communities. KZN is even more worse. Don't talk about the debts that the house and myself are dealing with, DM, meeting with the police, and everybody else in the killing of traditional leaders and councillors and officials. It's very costly, even from a security point of view, the council resolving to guard and whatever, the armored cars that mayors and councillors are buying now, and traditional leaders. It's a very costly exercise. But put the cost aside, there's only one life we live once. We must try to spare and save it at all costs. But we also need to discuss if we do things right, wouldn't it even be no need for all the expenses that we go to, but rather channel all the money we have into changing the lives of our people. But I know communities today in KZN who are now paying to certain groups of people what they call a security fee. And you know them as well. They are paying around 80 rand kungena bantu nje openly. Babukasi. Kuthiwa basupporta ama-municipalities wethu. Bangene nje bathi 80 rand. Baphume ngapha. Nkosi yami abagogo bethu nemali yabo yepension bathenga impilo. So we're done with the municipality. They take everything from the system to everything. When there's no longer anything coming, they then terrorize the community. We don't want that. We will be collaborating with the National School of Government and other key entities. Some of the things we're making them mandatory in terms of MFMPs, they've always been there, but also a collaboration with the school to make sure that we customize and adopt online ethics in public service course for local government. We hope that at least we'll run out of an answer in front of a judge that I wasn't certain what is a correct thing to do. We'll close that gap and we remain with what is a challenge itself. So interventions which are introduced to the municipal structures and the Amendment Acts, I wouldn't touch much on them, most of them. But I would want us to pay more specific focus on the role of MPEC. If MPEC is to function properly, according to how it is defined today, it will make a huge and a difference in ensuring that we prohibit what is currently happening and stop corruption. Right way it should be stopped at the council level. so that council doesn't become complicit and just believe. I mean, the mail I was dealing with yesterday in my correspondence, this province writes to me and they say this municipality has appointed someone who doesn't qualify. And I'm saying, where's the report of the MEC? No, the MEC is not saying anything. So the MEC possibly wants to say, no. Umini is not koti. Nang tulile. But I'm just saying, all of us connect to come into this decision. Then you get another one from Moses Kotan. I think the other one was Marule. The other one is Moses Kotan. They're also fighting. They're hiring a CFO, or the other one is no competency is baseline or basic. And we've been clear, very well, our regulations are clear that you write a competence, and competence have been introduced because we want qualified people who have a proven record and experience in leading at a particular level. So you can't go to senior management when you still should be at lower level. And then the council will sit with the outcome report of competence, written basic, and they appoint that person. And they want the minister to assist them to solve the problem. What problem is there? Because you have got the regulation, you have got the competency framework, you have run the competency test yourself, but you don't want to accept the outcome. And then you get municipalities which are saying, Minister, the requirements you have set for CFO, for director technical are too high. 8 years is too much experience. I'm like, no. 30 years into democracy, we're still saying 8 years for a metro is too much of an experience. You're not serious. But do I have a right to stop it ultimately? No, I don't. I only advise. And council, what do? They just say, well, we've asked it, but it's okay. It's our right to do that. And then 2 months down the line, they write to me, they say, we're asking for an increase for this person. I'm like, hey, these ones, they're not sober. I'm not sure in what line are they living. And I'm saying all these practical things because sometimes when you are not inside the system, you don't know exactly how much you could be meaningful just by participating in ensuring that we make the work of the chairpersons. And as I conclude, I actually want to say to Father Mkajwa and their generation, we sincerely apologize. We really, at least to those I know, I apologize. You were a mayor before, and you ran well. And we are messing up after you. I'm sure it hurts. I think it's some of the things that must not happen when you are still alive. I look at Bab Masondo and he says to me, can I go and volunteer in the city of Johannesburg? And I'm like, Bab Masondo, you're in Cape Town. Uso volunteer in the city of Johannesburg. I will find a way. But you know, Bab Masondo, for example, take the entire Soweto alone. The entire biggest township in South Africa in 5 years. Had it all. Had over 200 billion reserves for the city of Johannesburg. I don't want you to compare him to anybody else. But I just want to say we have a bigger role to play. If we do not, our children will inherit nothing from us. Thank you.
Now you'll understand why we started with a prayer. Some of this we need divine intervention. The minister demonstrated practically what the absence of ethical leadership leads to. Ethical leadership absent, municipalities become dysfunctional. when the impact is felt on the ground. We violate the rights of our citizens. We expose them to the risk of crime. And what is more scary is that not only local government officials are in it, but that in some instances, communities have come on board as well, which makes it very important to spread this campaign that we don't leave anyone behind. We work with communities, we work with religious leaders, we work with traditional leaders, we work with everyone, guided by the 7 principles that Professor Russo has presented. That will help us and take us somewhere. A little later, we will have a longer discussion on other perspectives that panelists will share on the code. Professor Figeni, the delegates have been sitting here since this morning. We never gave them a short break, just to stretch their legs and health comfort, a little bit health break. But because time is not on our side, they do deserve a break, don't they? Yeah. But they were supposed to get a 20-minute break, but I would want to expropriate without compensation part of that time. 10 minutes. Professor Samaro Dafigeni says 10 minutes now. He's the chairperson of the Public Service Commission. We can't argue with that. So can we break for 10 minutes and then we'll then continue with the next session afterwards. Thank you very much to our guests and presenters and leaders here. And if we can give them one last round of applause, please. Thank you very much. Oh.
Richard, you have that book. This is share it with you. Share it.
That one, there's one with the minister's picture.
Wait. This one. I want to say it. What was? Chris steps out. It's with the Chris. Oh, he just went for a smoke. Okay, because I think we should mic these people now because they're not. You should be back now. When they done as a national anthem, I'm sure you wanted to scream. No, but it is the main guys. It's one of those things. So hello.
No, I was looking for charging sockets.
Any multiply.
I wanna give it a little bit. Go back.
Which phone is that?
iPhone.
Huh?
iPhone. I think I have just to get a
You guys need to phone. You need to write a letter to Apple. Batteries.
The
Because
batteries.
everyone who's looking for a charger doesn't use Android.
Exactly. They changed the. Is it
No,
a
no,
C
no.
type
The
now?
battery. Even
the
that, it's not a C type. I don't know what is it
The
called.
connector to the 2-point plug. It's not the normal output.
Okay, I don't have any charger. That
Let me
head.
check.
I don't have that head. So how do I?
I meant this one that connects to the adapter.
Yeah. Oh, they
It
changed
used to
That's
be a
right.
normal USB, so it complicates things.
The battery doesn't last on this phone. I don't know why. Only
I think so. It doesn't.
OS people always looking for a charger. Android will be like, but they know they will survive.
Hope I don't get you into trouble. I won't get you in trouble.
Oh, as long as it doesn't ring, it's fine. Who's this guy?
Can we please get people who are outside to come in, because I'm told we only have 30 minutes for 5 speakers. They are closing.
Yeah. Sorry? Presentation. Okay. AGSA. AGSA. Maybe it's this one again. Yeah, that one, yeah.
Hello. Oh, yes. That's fine.
You can open the screen because it's a PDF.
Thank you.
Can our sound engineers get the mics for the
Can the panelists come to the mics for the panelists? Mics for the panelists. This ones. Oh, I see one on the stage.
Okay, Miss Mentimeter.
I don't know.
I took the code quickly, man.
Which code?
No, the one that you must put it in to get into the Mentimeter.
Oh, the main
Mentia. Do you have it? Because we're trying to log in and she just took 2,000 minutes.
I don't know if.
No. Let me go and search for it outside.
Yeah.
Okay, what is it? What's the code? Yeah. That's the thing that I want.
Just one second there. Let me just check on this.
Yeah. We showed on the screen because a lot of people, but they took it out, they haven't just yet. That's fine. I'm in now.
Can we be settled, because we do have quite a serious pressure in terms of time? Well, and salutations given that. In 1 minute.
After being thoroughly traumatized by the minister, given the very stories, the cases that were given, which unfortunately is the truth. It's when you are given your X-ray and it shows that your lungs have darkened, you have 2 broken ribs. You can't believe, and unfortunately you can't revise those. And you start looking up and down to check if this X-ray is yours or someone else's. Then you look and the name at the top says it's yours. That's what she was actually doing. I guess we need more of this very honest, blunt revelation of what is happening. Because we've just been too polite, without any waste of time. Good afternoon. Molweni. Dumelang. Dimasiare. Sanbonani. I am the core program director. My name is Somadoda Fikeni, and I'm very much associated with this particular initiative. And I am part of the Local Government Ethical Leadership Initiative. And I would like to say PSC, Public Service Commission, also joins in supporting the code. So I'm done with my message of support. Now I move on to business. The first one, mindful of time, I'm told that at 2 o'clock the kitchen say they have a military precision time, they close. We can do whatever we do with our time, but the nice thing, around the corner, I've seen KFC, I've seen McDonald's, and so on. There are options, but it will be up to us and the panelists. We now are done with the miking of or almost done, of the panelists. Whilst we do that, what was important with all the messages of support, with all what Professor Rousseau was saying, it reminded me of what is said when they say chains of habit are too weak to be felt until they are too strong to be broken. When all these habits started, I'm sure no one understood the impact. But now we've internalized all the wrong things. We don't know how to get out of it, Father Mukatu. And the key thing is, how do we make people who are now incumbents unlearn the wrong things and relearn the right things? And how to make it very expensive to try the wrong things. With those words, without any waste of time, I'll call upon the Auditor General, the representative of the AG in this session, Mr. Andres Segeto. The importance of ethical leadership in achieving well-functioning municipalities. And the sad thing with the Auditor General, they have been issuing all these things which show what is wrong. And they are now having to address, among us, the repeat offenders who keep doing some of the wrong things. Irregular expenditure, wasteful expenditure, then it grows the following year. So can I call upon the representative of the Office of the AG, the name given there, and I'm looking around, but let's put our hands together for the AG.
Good afternoon, everybody. I'll start by following protocol that was dictated by the Prof by saying all protocol observed. We're not going to do the usual celebrations, but I was just acknowledge the Honourable Minister and the Honourable Ministers in this regard, and also the Honourable Members of Parliament and the rest of the colleagues. Good afternoon. As introduced, my name is Andries Segeto. I'm from the Office of the Auditor General. I'm the head of portfolio for the portfolio that deals with, amongst others, the cooperative governance portfolio. So I'll also, maybe if you're a conspiracy theorist, you might feel like that I've been set up, because how do you allow me to speak right at the end after this long list of esteemed speakers that we've had on the podium so far? And if you've also paid attention, you would have then seen some of the key salient points that I wanted to cover today have actually been largely covered by a lot of the speakers that have already been on the podium here today. So to some extent, it's difficult to speak after all these speakers, but it also makes my job slightly easier, because I therefore come and reinforce some of the principles that we would have discussed so far in this session. So, as I was also preparing, I was thinking, what do I leave out? What do I touch on? And as soon as I come with the new strategy, then somebody else covers that particular point that I wanted to cover, and then you have to remove and renegotiate and rethink your strategy, but I'll give it my best shot. I'd also like to appreciate and thank this particular platform, the session, the Minister, for giving us the opportunity to come and engage on this particular topic. Our topic, the way in which it was structured, deals with why it is important for ethical leadership to be there to achieve well-functioning local government. Now, as I outlined earlier, as part of my approach, I then decided a lot of the things I wanted to cover, my approach has been covered. So let's maybe do a mirror and map approach. Okay? So all of us trying to chart this way forward in terms of how best we can influence local government to ensure that it operates. But also in doing that, I thought it important for us not to get caught up in the excitement and the euphoria of what it is we seek to achieve, the code and the principles that we want to achieve going forward in this space. But also to make sure that as we go and implement this code, that we've got a clear direction of where exactly we are going to concentrate our efforts. So it's quite important. And for us to understand where we're going to concentrate our efforts, I think it's Honorable China or the Dovu who made the comment to say, but what is the problem? Do we understand the problem? What is it that we seek to address? And that is quite important for us to do a proper root cause analysis, and hence coming up with it just now, I thought let's do a mirror and map approach. So Father, as you can hear, I'm a little bit nervous because I hope that I can deliver my speech with a charm and charisma with which you did, with the directness of the business leader on the other side, and also with the eloquence and the passion of the Minister, but with the expediency and the efficiency of Advocate Mutibi. So we did submit a presentation, colleagues. I see I've been bestowed my own responsibility. I am the person that I've been waiting for change, so I'll operate my own slide. Colleagues, as the Office of the AG, Prof summed it up quite eloquently in his opening remarks. We all understand the mandate of the Office of the AG. We come, we audit, and through the work that we do, we try and promote accountability, oversight, and governance in the public sector. But however, over the past couple of years, we've been issuing a number of reports highlighting a number of significant weaknesses, deficiencies, with limited to no movement to address these particular issues. So as the Office of the AG, it was also important that as a stakeholder involved in this ecosystem, that we take a step back and reflect whether our efforts were also sufficient in assisting our colleagues to drive the right behavior and to effect the right culture that we want to see. So to that effect, we also came up with a culture shift 2030 strategy. So it's not by coincidence here, it's mentioned here earlier on, it's not by coincidence that it's called 2030. We all understand that we set ourselves out a number of key strategic objectives and imperatives to achieve by 2030 as encompassed in the NDP. So therefore, if you look at the office's strategy, it's called Culture Shift 2030, whereby in an ambitious attempt, we're going to try and influence our auditees to move from a culture where it's perceived that you're not doing what is required, that could even be termed as if you're doing harm, to a culture of doing good. But in order to do that, it's important that you also have a playbook and you understand what that entails. So that is what this slide on the screen sets out to depict. So we first and foremost acknowledge that to achieve and drive change in culture, it's dependent on all of us in the accountability ecosystem, all the role players playing our role. At the risk of not achieving its intended objectives. So I'm not going to go into detail in terms of all the role players. Maybe one thing I'll highlight, which is a personal favorite of mine, is right in the center of it all. There are a number of initiatives that we will engage in with our stakeholders. So, Honorable Minister colleagues, there is saying we will come and do our audits, but instead of we will give you key insights. Those insights will seek to illuminate and create understanding your pressure points are. And then we will engage with you, all the role players in the accountability ecosystem. We will identify who we need to speak to try and influence the change that we want to see. Should that not be successful, now, Father, this is where the office takes out the big stick. This is now where legislatively we have now been afforded of extended powers to our mandate. So as the Office of the AG, where we identify instances of wrongdoing, non-compliance, breach of fiduciary responsibilities or duties, fraud, theft, we can then issue what we commonly refer to as a material irregularity. The reason why I said this is a favorite, I really like talking about this particular. If you look at it, it's not a linear approach that we have. We don't start, and then by the time you get to enforcement, we throw the baby out with the bathwater. This is literally saying you then go and instill and enhance your management disciplines, you improve your systems of internal control, you effect consequence management, and you make sure that you recover any potential losses that you may have suffered. We can then go back to a relationship where we come to your environment, we generate the insights, we issue to do the right thing for the right reasons. What's also critical to note on the slide is that we also have an established relationship with the investigative bodies. So where we find any instances of wrongdoing, we can refer those matters as part of our enforcement mandate. But the reason why I also want to highlight this particular part is you'll see the accounting officer in the system on the left-hand side for which the custodians of local government or our public sector institutions out there also have this particular tool available to them. So where you also are of the opinion that things are not going according to the management process and holding transgressors accountable, that evidence is also available for you to back to the issue of willpower. I'm going to skip a couple of slides. Like I said, when I prepared for the session, looking at myself in the mirror, I kept saying cold face and not cold face. Saying protocol observed and not protocol reserved. And then I had a couple of punchlines that I wanted to land. The first question, especially local government. Well, the easy answer is because the law says, and if I'm not mistaken, the Constitution is almost as old as I am. So it's not legislation. Whilst we wait for tech support to set up the slides, the MFMA is there. And I think numerous speakers today here have shared the principle that the legislation is there. We don't need additional legislation. The need for us to behave in an ethical manner and to do the right thing. So then I had another aha moment. So I had a punchline that I was going to throw on the screen. We said MFMA, the frameworks, all of them are established. So why is it important? Because of that, ladies and gentlemen. I think a number of the speakers here today have shared the importance of why it is important to have ethical lens on the ground. If local government doesn't work, it's tougher. So that is currently a reflection of the lived realities of the citizens on the ground. And obviously, as the Office of the AG, it would be remiss of me if I didn't give you some form of context living up to this whole mirror and map approach that I said we are going to undertake here today. What are some of the examples where we need to spend our attention on? wastewater treatment plants that are not working, water and sanitation, no plans to address basic services and basic needs in terms of the water space. And I think, if I'm not mistaken, out of the 5 or 6 speakers here today, at least 3 or 4 of them have either made some reference to. But where does service delivery find expression in the local government space? In the local government space, it all begins with planning, how we plan. So the importance of the performance planning documents must never be underestimated, because it is there where, in those documents, as leadership in local government, we make our commitment. It's where we capture the commitments that we are planning to deliver to our citizens for a particular period of time. So therefore, the importance of planning is quite critical. We have to make sure that we instill disciplines and the prerequisite requirements in the planning processes. Now, what have we found as the Office of the AG? We found that during the planning phase, without detail, that the general consensus is that concerns that not all key service delivery targets are included in your planning documents, so that it will not be performed. And these plans are actually approved. They would have gone through the usual approval processes, approved by council, senior management. Everybody would have signed off in the accountability ecosystem. So already you're setting yourself up, if I can be as blunt as a minister, for failure. And then I was also well impressed by the Prof's presentation. This should look familiar. Prof, usually when we come to these presentations, we often get challenged with regard to the swear word in certain spaces. Often, clean audit does not translate into service delivery. That's fine, in as much as that may be true. But the inverse is also true, that we found that in some spaces where things are going wrong, it's often coupled with poor audit outcomes. And I think you've done well to also make my job slightly easier. What I'd like to highlight here is you basically sit with half of the audit outcomes in the local government space that are sitting with unfavorable audit outcomes, meaning qualifications, disclaimers, admissibility. A local government institution to be able to account for its affairs means that you are robbing oversight, you are robbing accountability process, and demonstrate exactly what those efforts achieved at the end of the day. The approach I'm taking is in local government, where should we then go and do the training and roll out the engagement of this code is as effective as we all want it to be. Poor internal controls. I think somebody mentioned, one of the speakers also mentioned the lack of basic controls. So if you don't know what you are doing on a day-to-day basis, but people yet every single day wake up and they go to the office and they report. There's no guidance, no systems, no what are the efforts achieving. So people might be busy on shame, they might really be busy, but what is the busyness achieving? What impact does it have at the end of the day? What I'd also like to highlight is, I think the minister, or not the intended purpose, if I can call it that. So again, the principle here is not to deal with the specific examples, but rather the principle. You've got an accountability ecosystem, role players here, senior management, executive authority, institutions budget. So at that point in time, when that decision was taken, was that decision taken in the best interest of that institution and with the best interest of the stakeholders in mind? And you are putting the sustainability of that municipality at risk, because next year, money that was allocated to implement key infrastructure projects is now being used to pay salaries in unfunded budgets. But yet the decision was made on the day when those budgets were approved. So again, are we making the right decisions for the right reasons, based on the right circumstances to achieve the right impact? I think we've sort of touched on what is the consequential impact of some of the decision making. How we see it as the Office of the AG, it finds expression in putting pressure in the local government finances. I see Prof is getting up to, behind me. He's quite bigger than what I am, so I'll try. I'd just like to maybe highlight in this particular slide, a third of the municipalities are sitting with going concern challenges. Minister spoke to it, Minister highlighted it earlier on. But of more critical importance is in the procurement space. Advocate Mutivi has also spoken to it ad nauseum with regard to some of the concerns, and I'm going to say, just in as much as I support the code, I'd like to maybe conclude on the following two slides. I spoke about our expanded powers as the Office of the AG in the material irregularity process. The reason why I'd like to highlight this particular slide, material irregularities, we first give management a finding, an opportunity to respond further. Should they not respond adequately and appropriately, we issue a finding. They have an opportunity to respond further. Should they not respond adequately and appropriately, we issue another finding linking it to the impact. Management has a further opportunity to respond and provide any supporting evidence in contrary to what we've raised. And then we issue a material irregularity notification. Also allows for another 20 days where the accounting officer has an opportunity to submit supporting evidence or at least address what we've raised. So if you take into all of those processes that I've outlined into account, Father, it means that we would have provided the system with an opportunity to respond. It means something system and the tone at the top is really not hitting our call to address the issues that we would have raised. Material irregularities to the tune of 5 billion loss. These are confirmed or likely losses as a result of fraud, financial loss, theft in the system. This is money that could have been used differently to effect service delivery and implement key service delivery projects. Okay, Prof, second last slide. So, as part of the MI process, sometimes action gets taken. We appreciate where action gets taken. We applaud those municipalities because they demonstrate the willingness to do the right thing for the right thing. However, there's a list of municipalities, and the idea here is not to name and shame. The idea here is to give you this list so that as you move forward, you've got an idea of where the pressure points are and which are those institutions and engage from the Office of the AG's perspective. So please look at it. I see Minister's got quite a bit of interest in it as well. And again, the impact in terms of the non-responsiveness. Minister, you in your speech to say, yes, you may have competent people, but are they responding to the issues as they are being surfaced? Are they moving with the prerequisite haste as required to make sure that ultimately we achieve the intended service delivery objective? So it's an issue of culture, it's an issue of tone at the top. Prof, this is my last slide. As soon as it comes up, it's our call to action. Our call to action is very simple. We've got a couple of steps mentioned by various speakers in the platform: strengthening impact functions, working closely with other coordinating institutions, working together, fostering a relationship of coordination, cohesiveness, common goal, because we know when local government fails, it's the people that suffer. But ultimately, we are saying that it all starts with the tone at the top. Ethical leadership that drives a culture of accountable, transparent, and ethical performance in the local government space for the benefit of the citizens. Thank you, colleagues.
Thank you very much. Let's put our hands together again. Just an amazing work. You were supposed to present 20 minutes. It's cut to half that time. And that's a signal to the panelists as well. Not only that, if you think he has cut right to the bone, maybe Dobby was going to do the Mentimeter. He decided to just volunteer his entire exercise and just stop it. So he has donated 100% time back. So we are on a recovery mode. With that, I'm going to ask the moderator of the panel of eminent persons who are leaders in their own right, Deputy Minister. And I don't envy anyone who is asked to moderate people who are leaders in their own right, but squeeze them into half the time they were supposed to speak. And I'll call upon Mijam van Donk, Isandla Institute. She's from Isandla Institute. She will do the moderation. Let's put our hands together. Let's put our hands together, panelists. Let's put our hands together for them having to limit themselves.
Thank you, Director. My name is Miriam, and it's a great honor to be here. I appreciate that I don't have to do all the niceties of welcoming and acknowledging everyone. Nonetheless, Minister, Deputy Minister, just to recognize your presence here. I've been very proud to be affiliated to this initiative, and I trust that you've got a good sense of what the initiative is about and the excitement. What we wanted to talk about now with a number of esteemed colleagues is to really get a response from different sectors. But because we don't have time, and time as a resource is very scarce in this particular panel, we focus particularly on the question of institutionalization. So where does this go? Where should this go? And institutionalization, I kind of looked at the definitions to help me make sense of what we're talking about. So if you look online or in one of the Oxford Dictionary, the definition you get is for institutionalization is the action of establishing something as a convention or norm in an organizational culture. The way of describing it is the process of developing or transforming rules or norms that influence a set of human interactions. Just to simplify it, and based on our conversation this morning, I guess we're talking about making something the new normal. And we're going to ask our panelists to talk. My esteemed panelists are the Deputy Minister, who was introduced this morning, Prince Burns Mtamashe, Councillor Sankelo Janda, Executive Mayor of the Mabashe municipality, but also fulfills a leadership role in SALGA. The Honourable Mr. Kaso, who is the Chairperson of the Portfolio Committee of COPTA. And then we have Koketso Moeti, who is the founding Executive Director of Amandla Mo. Each of them have extensive resumes. I'm not going to go through them, but perhaps they will be displayed as we proceed. Now, Program Director, you indicated we've got time constraints. I'm going to make it your task to keep us honest and disciplined in this session, because it's too much to ask me to keep these panelists honest and disciplined, I suspect. Deputy Minister, let me start off with you, and to really focus on what role do you think the traditional sector in particular can play to give this code life, to give this code meaning and longevity?
No, thank you very much. I think I'll rise on the protocol. This minister has told we have to observe everyone. I had this photo. Right. Well, I think the first thing that I really look at as we are dealing with these issues is actually to challenge some of the assumptions and stereotypes. We sometimes refer to leaders simply because they occupy leadership positions. And the fundamental question should be, do all people who occupy leadership positions real leaders? Or is it just an assumption? I think something that we must really look at and be thoroughgoing about it. because the evidence has shown that a significant number of those that we refer to as leaders are actually the very culprits that have rendered the state to a state at which it is. So the second issue is that in as much as we are talking about these issues at a very high level, probably we can say in academic terms at an epistemological level, but we also have to be ontological. We are not going to learn at the work station. Some of the behavioral attributes that we see, they ought to emanate from our own social institutions, the first, or at the primary level being the family. Now, with the level of disintegration of social institutions, it talks to the moral uprightness. If I can just illustrate this example. Now, when we were young, a dish using one spoon, and those who are older, as we finish food, you leave the dish for the younger ones. And the elders are looking at all of you as you eat. There will be those who would want to get a lion's share. You'll be beaten. Because that's the start of greed. You start at that level, but now you have your own dish. So those negative traits are not readily seen. They start to manifest the ugly head. When you are at the worst situation, you see these millions and billions of rands which are meant to respond to the situation of our people. Instead of responding to that, actually, consciously and quite deliberately so, do everything, probably on the book, to make sure that you self-enrich at the expense of the genuine cry and pain of the poor people. Now, as leaders, there are three things that, as I sit down, there are three things that we must look at. The first thing, I'll just read in the book of Exodus, chapter 3, verse 7. As a leader, you must have the eye to see. As a leader, you must have the ear to listen. Not only listening, but also you must act. If I can just take a minute to read what I was talking about. You know, here, Exodus chapter 3, verse 7, it says, the Lord said, I have indeed seen the misery of my people in Egypt. The Lord has seen. I have heard them crying because of their slave drivers, and I'm concerned about their suffering.
Uyavakalelwa xa uyinkokeli. So I have come down. So you're not just listening to Ivory Tower. God has come down. And even before that, he has a moral framework, set parameters. When Moses tried to come closer to the bush, that burning bush, God said to him, do not come any closer. Take off your sandals, setting up the manner in which you must behave. Ungayiqheli into yabantu. Because ingxaki esikuyo ngoku ngabantu abaqhela izinto zabantu. Ungena kuyo ngenyawo. Take off your sandals. It simply means, in simple terms, assume the moral uprightness. For the place where you are standing is holy ground. So when you assume the work of being either a public representative or a public servant, it means you have taken yourself out of yourself and rendered yourself a servant of the people. And therefore you have to be true to what you have committed to do. We are wasting time from where I am sitting here, really doing all the effort, investing all the time and resources. You can imagine how much could have been done by people who are here. For people who deliberately and by design seek to do things that they know it's not right. Keeping the minister here who is supposed to be doing things, better things. So really, that's what we should be doing. Let's go back to the basics and also ensure that there's consequence management. If you do something wrong, then you must know there are consequences. Harsh issue. Thank you very much.
So just to broaden that theme a little bit of that individual character and the commitments and the kind of integrity that came up this morning. So Councillor Janda, I'd like to ask you about kind of the collective ethos that underpins this and the sense that ethics in this instance is something that's collective. And one of the recommendations that's been made is for Council to adopt this, to make a resolution and adopt the code and then make it a living document in Council. In your assessment, is that a useful thing to do? And how would that be used? An adoption is one thing, passing a resolution, making it meaningful during the term of Council is something else. How could that work?
Thank you very much, moderator. I think, as indicated in the code, if you look at that in the morning, that one of the recommendations is to being adopted by councils. I would agree with that. For everything that would have to be undertaken by council in terms of programming, would have then to be decided upon by council. So once it has been adopted by council, it becomes binding. Once binding, it is then it can then be used as a mechanism in terms of making follow-ups, in terms of oversight. What has been agreed upon by council, if it is being done, or if there is a failure to do, what would be the reasons for its failure, and what would be the remedies. The second thing why I would agree with that statement that it should be adopted by council is that we would want to see programs that are emerging out of the code of conduct, because it helps us, the code, to simplify even some of the provisions in the legislations, in the code of conduct for councillors, areas that have not been explained further in terms of how we take those things further in terms of those provisions, either in the legislation or in the code itself. And then, for instance, one of the things, because even as a municipality and even as SALGA, we have agreed, we have had interactions with the Ethics Institute, with Moral Regeneration, and we've agreed that we must undertake this process and this code into programs of the municipalities. And then once we do that, it becomes easy to integrate it into the programs of the municipality. Municipalities are undertaking, for instance, trainings. And we're saying these trainings should not only end during inductions. There should be regular trainings in terms of the anti-corruption strategies, where councillors and officials are being trained, raise awareness about these issues. Also collaboration with a number of institutions that would help to make it effective. So for it to happen and for it to hold council even accountable, and even those who are assigned responsibilities for them to be able to undertake, it would require that it is taken into council as a program of the council, so that it is not looked at as just by the way program which has been developed by this number of stakeholders that were indicated. But it would also require SALGA then to take a pivotal role in ensuring that municipalities are following that, because SALGA is an association of municipalities. SALGA is better placed to influence municipalities to take such resolutions. And fortunately, as we've interacted with the Institute as it was developing and consulting, provincial structures of SALGA were taken on board, and they were even encouraged to begin to debate this code in the council, so that when the right time comes, we will then see a number of municipalities adopting it as a code that complements the provisions in legislations and in the code of conduct, so that we can see better results as a council.
Thank you so much. I'd like to take that theme of accountability forward with you, Honourable Chairperson, because Parliament and your committee in particular, of course, plays an oversight role, both on municipalities, on the sphere of local government, but also on COCTA as an organisation. Now, in the various engagements and the research that's been done prior to developing this code, there was a lot of emphasis placed on enforceability, because many stakeholders were feeling this sense of desperation, that things are not shifting in local government. And we need something that's enforceable, it's got to have teeth, otherwise it's not going to work. In your perspective, if we take the accountability lens, which is a very dominant theme in the code, which is taking a clear stance that enforceability is not what this code is about, because it's not a regulatory instrument, it's not a legal instrument. When we look at the issue of accountability, what role does Parliament play, what role does your committee play to make sure that something like this can kind of have continued life?
One way of approaching enforceability for Parliament and for the youth is to address possible gaps in the already existing legislation and regulations. And
can as well use fiscal mechanisms currently governing local government, enforcing these existing mechanisms, including compliance with the minimum requirements for appointment of senior municipal officials, and keeping an up-to-date database on officials dismissed for misconduct. I think generally you can as well say where the deputy minister indicated the issue of leadership. There's a general perception that leaders want to be popular at the expense of communities. And when I say leaders, I don't only focus on local municipalities. I started the top, national, provincial, because there are laws that are supposed to be enforced. And when you say enforced, then people want to be popular. They didn't want to do so. You have that doubt now that they might expect Parliament to do so. And unfortunately, the separation of powers, the executive is supposed to execute. But of course, we are originators of the laws. So we should take that primary responsibility. So in other words, one would call for, we must not understand wrongdoing. When I say we, I mean leaders, all those who have been given responsibility, you must not be seen to be understanding wrongdoing. Because that's the general perception that we have, that amongst some of us, in fact, people who have been given responsibility must do what they are supposed to do in terms of what the laws are saying. Thank you very much.
Thank you. Professor, I'd like to turn to you. And just, in this environment of poor service delivery, poor developmental outcomes at community level, deep public distrust, and a break of trust in particularly municipalities. What do you see a code like this can contribute, and how can it be further institutionalized?
So one thing that I just want to acknowledge was the practical implementations that was mentioned in the Code of Conduct. Very often when organizations are turning themselves around, there is values that they put up on the wall, the principles put up on the wall, but not often is it shown how it can be put into practice, right? How it can be operationalized. So I think the code doing that is quite an important thing. Now, when I was asked to be on the panel, and when I read the Code of Conduct as well, one of the things that also struck for me, that was quite striking to notice, was that it starts from the perspective that they are ethical people, and people want to do the right thing. And this is very well substantiated. Last year, an investigative journalism NGO received just over 500 tip-offs. The majority of those were actually related to local government. Between 2012 and 2020, a watchdog corruption NGO had reports of corruption seen to it. 5,094 of those were from local government, with the majority being from municipal managers' offices, And this speaks to and affirms the fact that people do want to act ethically. But when asked on this panel, I did two things. I wanted to display slides, which wasn't possible because it was a panel. The first slide was the name of people in local government who have been killed over the years, and it was not exhaustive. The second slide was the people who survived assassination attempts, survived their homes being burned, are not sleeping in the home, but gave up so much. Institutionalizing requires that we model the behavior and that people have the support structures that they need to behave ethically, which we have seen deeply lacking, right? And that is something that needs to be addressed. And ethical leadership also should address this thing of the support structures, because people are sacrificing a lot. In 2009, I am from the Northwest Province. And if you've ever worked in or done anything with municipalities in the Northwest Province, you will know that state capture is not new. private interests have been, involved or changing decisions in the public space, right, for a very, very long time. But Moscow was murdered in 2009. He had a dossier that was unearthing a lot of corruption and a whole range of things that was given to people acting very ethically. Over a decade later, we still don't know the contents of that dossier, nor has anybody been held accountable for what had been found and what was being exposed in that, right? That does not incentivize ethical behavior when that is what we see as the norm. That is what we need to turn around. And a lot of it revolves around what was shown as the elephant in the room this morning, political parties. A lot of these murders, or in the few instances where people are exposed or held accountable for these murders and these incidents, it involves two parties, political parties and private interests, the businessmen who are involved, right? And so political parties have to be brought along on this. They are much more than just the elephant stakeholder, because some of these murders are political party within the same political party, and some quite external, because instead of seeing a municipality as a point of service delivery, it is seen as a point of access to resources and what can we take out of there. And we cannot afford to remove private interests from that as well. They are amongst the biggest beneficiaries of all of these things that are going wrong. So to institutionalize, these are much more than stakeholders in this process and actually need to be foregrounded more. And a good place to start is the adoption in council, but furthermore, thinking about how it is institutionalized beyond that. What are the next steps beyond that? What does it look like in practice? Thank you.
Thanks, Professor. We've already curtailed our time, but I'm going to throw one very quick question back to the panelists, particularly our politicians here, which is exactly the topic that Koketso was raising. What role for political parties in engaging with this code, in adopting it, in holding councillors to account, their representatives and so on? Deputy Minister, if I may start with you, and then we go.
Well, thank you very much. You see, as I said, all councillors, MPs, MPLs, are traditional leaders, classified as public. But first and foremost, we have to have that kind of council. By so saying, it simply means there's a level at which society expects political parties to conduct themselves. There's a particular decorum that is expected. You know, what we see in councils, what we see in parliament, is it really something that we should be proud of? Surely no. We can have our own differences, but those kind of behaviors are not things that we must frown at as society. And we must have a way to hold political parties accountable, because political parties exist within our own social spaces. So from where I am sitting, I think, especially now that we're going to the 29th of May, it presents an opportunity for society to take conscious decisions that if you decide to plow an end or whatever, don't expect to reap something different from what you plowed. So if you plow chaos, then expect to get chaos at the end of the day. So that's what we need to be upfront about. And I really want to appeal to all of us as South Africans to really take a pause and apply our minds properly and begin to say, what kind of South Africa do you want to see in the next 50 years. And therefore, which political party has got the capability and has demonstrated the track record to lead the country to where it is supposed to be? That should be the determining factor. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much, Facilitator. I think listening since morning, it was really comforting to hear that most people are realizing that what is happening in municipal council is not necessarily at times emanating from municipalities as councils, as structures, but it's something that is in time being influenced coming from outside. And up until we are able to confront that reality, as the Minister is saying, we are able to deal with this. And so therefore, in political parties, I think they should take their responsibility at times of what is happening in these institutions, because they can't deploy people and do not be part of solving the problems, because at times you don't see concerted efforts in ensuring that there is stability in those, even if there are differences as political, as e-councils are constituted by, they need to take that full responsibility and commit themselves to stabilize as institutions. And then again, it comes to how they select, back to the elections in 2021, had engagements with all political parties to raise, amongst other issues, the issue that was raised by the minister, in terms of what kind of people is expected in these institutions, so that you are not surprised by the end results. You must understand before you go what is it that is required there. But at times, those and communities could ensure that what input is given to municipalities is what is expected at the end to be and negate and pull out of the quagmire and the chaos that is happening. But at times they are frustrated by the influences that are coming from outside. So political parties must do that. And the last one is that the board of that runs the code. I think one step it should be taken after this engagement is to have an engagement with political parties so that they internalize the code and then be able to monitor if that code is being implemented by their employees when they get into those structures.
I know I'm not a politician, but I just want to jump in quickly. So one of the benefits of a leadership, right, is that people think that they are removed from the consequences of their actions. Now, one thing I want people to remember during the pandemic, right, when those who had healthcare and medical aid thought they were okay, because it's only the players like us who use public healthcare, right? When those hospitals got full and could not take any more, where were you sent to? You were sent to that same public hospital that you are messing up. And that's the thing. You think right now you can opt out of the system, right? And get everything privately, but you are not removed from the consequences of the poor leadership outcomes. I mean, I go back home in the Northwest. The majority of the people who drive are working for the local municipality and other government departments, but the roads aren't maintained, you know? You are not immune from the consequences of the problems. And so being an ethical leader, you benefit so much more because the community you serve isn't somewhere out there. You are part and parcel of that community yourself.
Thanks. The first thing, speaking on behalf of Parliament, the committee I lead, it's a multi-party committee. First, let's appreciate the adoption of the launch of the code. And obviously will depend on the executive when they institutionalize the code and develop a 5-year plan, annual performance plans. Obviously, they'll have to table such documents to Parliament, and on the basis of that, we'll engage with the documents, will be able to monitor, conduct oversight of the implementation. In other words, from this experience, municipalities and
Thank you. Thank you, panelists, for sharing your perspectives on how to institutionalize this. Not the be-all and end-all, I'm sure, is that we're talking about public service. And so individual leaders, public representatives, regardless of whether they're in a formal leadership position or not, have a responsibility to employ an attitude of public service. And that same applies to a political party who sends its representatives out to represent itself. Thank you very much for our panelists. I'm going to hand over to our program director.
Thank you very much. Let's put our hands together. 3 speakers, including the signing. That includes walking towards the plug where you are going to sign, and also being seated in a dining hall before they close at 2. All those things are going to happen. And my honorable minister and others, I hope they will be microwaving their steps towards this end. Over to you.
Thank you very much, Professor. And good afternoon, and all protocol observed to save on time. So my task is a very simple one, yet a very important one, because all the parties and partners will now be pledging their commitment towards all of the discussions that we've been having throughout the day. So a pledge is also called an undertaking or a promise. So the parties will then be making promises and the significance of willingness. So I am now going to call upon the following partners who are going to be signing the pledge, and I'm going to read what is on the pledge. Very expensive signatures that we will be getting towards signing the pledge. I'm going to start with the Honorable Minister Menkati to come up stage and give us $1 million signature towards the pledge, followed by Deputy Minister Prince Benz Namashe to also come up to the stage. Deputy Minister Benz Namashe. No, the value does not decrease. Then Councillor Kosimani. For sign it up, please. Somebody should go on Martha. Martha, please don't take care. Okay, thank you. Ralewa Kosi. Councillor Tlabati. Councillor Tlabati, I don't know if he's still with us. Thank you. Councillor. Honorable Dodovu. Honorable Dodovu is my former MEC from the Northwest Provincial Government. There's still plenty of space for all of us to sign. Thank you, Honorable Klasa. Professor Rousseau, you also need your signature. In actual fact, the pledge that's been made. It's a big commitment, even kneeling down to sign. Thank you, the Chair of the Local Government Anti-Corruption Forum. Yes. You also kneeling down. Thank you. Thank you very much, Advocate. Mayor Kweketsongweti. We also need to come and thank you very much. Mema Vuso, from the Business Leadership South Africa. I hope there's still space for you to sign. We're going to give a copy of this pledge to the Auditor General so that they're also able to determine and monitor whether we are implementing what we have pledged for. Thank you very much. We have gifts that have been arranged for the panelists and all the speakers this morning. The Minister, up to the stage again, Minister. I apologize for that. Honorable Minister will take to hand the gifts to our speakers and our guests and our panelists. We will start sorry, before we start with the presentation of the gifts, Minister, we are also going to request this is the most, apologies. I believe yours is the most expensive signature of them all. Thank you very much. Okay, the gifts will be handed by the Minister. The following order will start with yourself, once again the Deputy Minister, or maybe while Father Mkajwa is on the podium, you can come and collect your gift, Father Mkajwa. But DM does not want to accept our gift. Okay, thank you. Yes, so that is also recorded, just in case. That's Father Mkajwa.
I'm not sure what's inside.
It looks like a box of shoes. And then we'll call upon Kosimabi to come and accept the gift as well. It looks like a shoe box. Perhaps it's a pair of shoes. Accept the gift on behalf of Councillor Tabat. While calling upon Councillor Janda to come and accept his gift. Thank you very much, Councillor Janda. Honorable Dodovu, it's your turn again. Thank you very much, Honorable Tutu. Honorable Tasha. Awesome. Thank you very much, Honorable Klasa. Professor Rousseau. Thank you very much, Professor Rousseau. Advocate Gatoi has left, and I think we can organize that her gift will be delivered to her. Advocate Motivi. Saying, since you're the one who investigates, who's going to be investigating you? But, thank you, Advocate Motivi. May I Advocate Somweti? That gift, Advocate Motivi, is a very small fraction of the value of how much you are currently investigating, of the 66 billion. May I Advocate Somweti? Thank you very much. Nema Guso, once again. Thank you very much, Nema Guso. And then Professor Fikeni. Thank you very much. I'm also going to request that Ms. Van Dom goes to the front to accept the gift. Thank you very much, Van Dom. I'm not sure who's going to present the minister her gift. I think the minister also deserves a gift. They say you must give yourself your gift. Minister. I'm sure they will organize that to you. The chair. But if you can, may you please present the minister her gift? Thank you very much. Thank you very much, Minister. The very last person to accept a gift and who's also done a good job of this, of facilitating the first session of the event is DGD Profile. If you may please come up to the stage to accept a gift, so the Minister. It will be a serious indictment if you don't recognize the work that you've done. Facilitating. On behalf of everybody. And last and not least, Muritua Ronaldo Mohani Wamabiti Lala also done a sterling job in opening up the fair. We also have a gift for you. Thank you very much. Thank you very much, Minister, for the presentation of the gift as well as the signing of the pledge. I hand it over to you, Prof. Thank you.
Thank you, Dialabo Mayor, for more. DG Changan, I think, among other things, after the vote of thanks, since 2 o'clock has come, will be just that announcement that should the kitchen be closed, any direction from here when you are going out, you will come across a restaurant somewhere. It might be McDonald's, whether you go this way or that way, going home, somewhere you will meet or come across something that will sustain you. So let's put our heads together for DG, Costa,
Thank you very much, Program Director. I think they did very well by asking me to do a vote of thanks because they know that I like food. Yes, I'm not going to take much of your time. Minister acknowledged everyone in the opening remarks. I think it's not necessary for us to do a long vote of thanks, but I think it's only proper, first and foremost, to acknowledge the good work that the two program directors have done today. Maybe a big round of applause. DG Traditional Affairs, DG Nash, who was one of the senior DGs in the public service, has done a good job. I'm just worried almost to acknowledge the good work that the two program directors have done today. Maybe a big round of applause. DG Traditional Affairs, DG Nash, who was one of the senior DGs in the public service, has done a good job. I'm just worried that your present may be investigated by the chairperson of the Public Service Commission. Father Smangalison Kacha, I watched you kneeling down here. I think some of the young guys cannot do that 90 degrees kneeling. Maybe at some point we should ask you to declare your age. Thank you very much for the good work you've driven and steered the ship. I watched you kneeling down here. I think some of the young guys cannot do that 90 degrees kneeling. Maybe at some point we should ask you to declare your age. Thank you very much for the good work you've driven and steered the ship very well. And I think the session today is a culmination of the good work that you have started, and thank you very much for that good work. Minister, I know how passionate you work that you have started, and thank you very much for that good work. Minister, I know how passionate you are about ethical leadership. Today you are speaking from your heart, and thank you very much as well for hosting this event. Today you are speaking from your heart, and thank you very much as well for hosting this event. We can never thank you enough for the good work that you are doing in the local government space, accompanied by the level of passion that you demonstrate in everything you do. Thank you very much. Perhaps I must also take this opportunity to congratulate the CEO of MESA. My party was appointed fully as the CEO of MESA by the Minister and Cabinet on Wednesday. Advocate Mtebi, siyabona umsebenzi wakho, you've done a sterling job. In fact, I have whispered to him to ask him to come and make the same presentation to MINEC and technical MINEC so that the HODs and the MECs can follow up on the good work that Advocate is doing. I'll also take this opportunity to thank the chairperson of the Select Committee, the NCOP Select Committee, Barutami Totov. He's been with us, he's been supporting this department and holding us accountable at the same time. I don't know how you managed to strike the balance of holding us accountable and support us at the same time. Thank you very much for your work. Sibonge Naguta to AGSA for the good work that you have done today and also in the portfolio committee. But AGSA is the chair of the portfolio committee on cooperative governance. We also want to take this opportunity to thank Umamu Patoi, Advocate Patoi, is not here. She had to leave for the good work that she's been doing. It's not an easy job to do all the hundreds and hundreds of prosecutions, and I think she has managed to stay the course. You could see the passion in her voice as well when she was presenting earlier today. A big round of applause for her. Mama Vuso was here earlier from Musa. She's still here with us. We also want to thank her for staying the course and supporting us. I acknowledge everyone, but the participants who were here today behaved, and I could see that you were very attentive and participating actively in every engagement. So a big round of applause for all of you as well. Analysts from and your team, Maluma Tanzima, all of you from AGSA. Yeah, I know we have to be nice to you. As Andres has been in the sector, Mamu Bagama has been doing this business for some time in the private sector. Now with AGSA, thank you very much for the good work that you're doing at AGSA. Everything we do, and we think that you're doing a good job in the Public Service Commission. The Public Service Commission is not only focusing on holding officials accountable, they also play a role in service delivery. Some of the work that they are doing lately is how to hold the frontline service delivery departments like COPTA and public works accountable. A big round of applause. Chawe, Deputy Minister, thank you very much as well for the sector and for participation and spending the whole time with us today. And for me, Mama Bidilal, maybe you should stand up and I was told that there is no need to close with prayer because your opening session was more than enough. The reason why I'm asking you to stand up is because she's been in the industry for a very long time and she's retiring this month. In fact, she's retiring. Next month. Yeah, she's retiring next month. She's been, yesterday, yes. It's because we have asked her to stay for another 12 months. But her official retirement date was yesterday. And she has served the public with flying colors. She's done a stellar job over the last 40 years plus in the public sector. I think she deserves a big round. Thank you very much for this. Those will be my last words, Chairperson, and then back to you. I hope the kitchen is still open. Thank
you. Thank you very much. I didn't want to do an unethical thing of closing the prayer outside. At least it was the DG. Can we get guidance as to where the kitchen is so that we catch them as they are packing away food? And you've been such a wonderful audience. Oh, I'm told there will be ushers outside. They can't walk us all the way there only to find nothing. We will have faith. You've been a wonderful audience. Let's put our hands together.
So what I wanted you to do is put another presentation. Or is it HDMI? All right. Same story on both laptops. That's right.
Sounds great.
Okay, no, it's fun. I think.
We just need to end here and then sign out. Sign me out. I need another computer. I wonder this morning I was talking about getting expensive. I can't remember who I was telling. Let's